Hi, I'm Jacob Eddy,
I'm Zachary Reyes.
and this is our game, Andromeda Trail. So the premise of our game was to create a Oregon Trail-like space game, inspired by games like FTL and other space roguelikes of that type.
And the engine that we used was the Unity 3D engine.
Often I'm asked why I picked gaming to study. I have always been interested in storytelling, and I wanted to be deeply involved in the tech industry. I started out as a computer science major, and I didn't see this storytelling creative element that I was really deeply desiring. And so then I also jumped on the computer simulation gaming train, where I could fuse the tech and the storytelling together and really bring those two worlds together, art and tech.
Spearhead the project. I've designed the sim on paper and also did a technical document to outline the objective system that it uses. And with a team of about 5 to 6 students, we've started assembling it over the summer, and work has been going strong since. We are now to a team of, I think, 9.
I think it'll be a nice tool for the university to be able to use for their med students. I think it'll give them a good opportunity to be able to practice their simulation in a much lower stress environment than it would be if they were just going straight into it and having to run it. But I think also it kind of shows a lot of other uses for VR simulation that could potentially be used in other fields.
Hi, I'm Jacob Eddy,
I'm Zachary Reyes.
and this is our game, Andromeda Trail. So the premise of our game was to create a Oregon Trail-like space game, inspired by games like FTL and other space roguelikes of that type.
And the engine that we used was the Unity 3D engine.
Often I'm asked why I picked gaming to study. I have always been interested in storytelling and I wanted to be deeply involved in the tech industry. I started out as a computer science major and I didn't see this storytelling creative element that I was really deeply desiring. And so then I also jumped on the computer simulation gaming train where I could fuse the tech and the storytelling together and really bring those two worlds together, art and tech.
I helped spearhead the project. I've designed the sim on paper and also did a technical document to outline the objective system that it uses. And with a team of about 5 to 6 students, we've started assembling it over the summer and work has been going strong since. We are now up to a team of, I think, 9.
I think it'll be a nice tool for the university to be able to use for their metagens. I think it'll give them a good opportunity to be able to practice their simulation in a much lower stress environment than it would be if they were just going straight into it and having to run it. But I think also it kind of shows a lot of other uses for VR simulation that could potentially be used in other fields.
Yeah.
I think we've been off air at some point.
What?
Okay, go ahead. Never mind.
Oh, we're live right now?
Oh, we're live?
You're live.
Oh,
okay.
well, welcome back. So we haven't touched on some artwork, so I feel like we
Yeah.
gotta give them some love.
We're gonna wait until they can see it.
Oh, yeah. We'll switch it.
Okay.
Oh, we can't see
It's
it.
already switched, though.
Is it?
Yeah, I just need to.
Okay, we're fixing some technical difficulties so you can see what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
I'm really curious about this.
Yeah, I don't know if the artist is here. Maybe they could have explained. Oh, Mooney. Maybe they could have explained some of their inspiration for some of their things.
Come back to this one. Oh, we're still live.
Oh, we're still live. Alrighty.
Alright.
So the weather. How's it
It
going?
was pretty bad this morning.
Yeah, it was pretty chilly, and yesterday was pretty humid in the afternoon.
Oh, it was like pouring down rain by me,
Oh.
at least,
Oh dang!
this morning.
I wasn't.
Up until like 7.
Yeah, no, I wasn't caught in the rain. I was just walking. I was caught in the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan because
No, it's not.
Oh, cool.
Oh, well, this conference is definitely made possible by
Viewers
people's-
like you.
viewers like you, exactly.
Yeah.
So if you would like to donate, you can go to our CSGC page and click the donate button. This will take you to this page to make donations. You can make whatever amount donation you want, and just when you do, under the designation, click other, and then in the text box write CSGC to let them know that
Oh, that's it.
to let them know that the donation is going to be for the Computer Simulation and Gaming Conference. And yeah, thank you to all the people who have donated for helping make this possible.
Yeah, props to you guys. You guys are basically the backbone of this thing.
We wanted to take a look at some of the digital artwork that people have submitted.
Oh, yeah.
We've kind of browsed through it a little bit, but
We could give valuable feedback.
yeah. What are your thoughts on the space shroom?
All right. First, the first thing that caught my eye was, of course, this weird like wisp thing surrounding this mushroom, space mushroom thing. And I thought, okay, is this coming from the mushroom? Is it like it's like little shield thingy? You know?
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the lighting. The lighting is really well done. You can see the little wisp that's going around it, lighting the mushroom in different ways. Underneath, right here, around the edges where it's like circling around it.
Yeah.
Okay, left there. Here's from live voting.
Oh, okay.
So, live voting.
I don't know. We're about to find out.
Okay.
I think there's going to be some voting on.
Where? Different browser?
Donation.
Event
details.
CTV.
Okay.
It's at the bottom.
Okay.
We
We need to.
go to Edge. We need a browser.
Okay.
And more technical difficulties, but it's fine.
There we go. Do that. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Okay, clearly. So,
CSGC.
as viewers,
C.
as viewers, you guys also have the ability to vote on each of the submissions.
Right there. There it is.
Yeah, right there. Vote for your favorite
Oh,
here.
but there's no link.
There's no link.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, so you go onto this page. Of
And-
course, sign in, because we can't do that.
We won't be signing in.
Yeah, we're not going to
But
sign in.
please
Go back. Yeah.
click here to vote on your favorites, and
Hold on. Yeah,
the form comes up.
okay, so basically, as this form comes up, you could vote in the different groups and
Categories.
Yeah,
And vote for the People's Choice for Best in Show at CSGC 2022. Before 5.
Before 5, because that is when we have our award ceremony.
Central Standard Time.
Yeah,
if you're
Central
not
Standard Time. Don't
in the
forget
Tulsa area or Central Standard Time areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please vote on the People's Choice for the Best in Show.
Yeah, because your vote matters. It literally does matter. Like, you could make or break someone's winnings. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get out of. So, while people are voting, they can maybe take a look at what's going on in the exhibit hall. Bethsaida, I think that you're going to head over to the exhibit hall and check out some of the cool stuff there.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna walk around, talk to some of the competitors, ask them questions about, how was the progress, not the progress, how did they go throughout the whole journey of making games, all that stuff. I'm gonna go head on out now.
And we'll see you later. All right, let's go head to the exhibit hall and check out what is going on there with Bethsaida.
Alright, thank you for putting towards mine. We'll actually be heading over to the exhibit hall so then we can see all of the wonderful competitions. Come on, let's go. Come on, guys. Yeah, I'm actually going to watch and see everything going on and hopefully learn some things and just all the different games.
Wonderful. If you're a guest coming down, this is where you register. All our guests get a free bag.
Oh,
But we've got them all lined up. We've got competitors on this way, and we've got a couple of developers left. And we've got studies edition back over here on the line as well.
all right, thank you. All right, let's head on over to one of the first competitors. I feel like this one would be an interesting one to start off with.
Oh boy, hello.
What is your name?
My name's Logan Hobson.
All right, what's the game that you have?
So this is a bridge between. This was made last January in the Global Game Jam, and our team was duality, and we wanted to find a way to not do the typical, get a guy, bad guy, evil, or light, dark kind of thing. We made this game.
Alright. So you said it took you until you started from January, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So was there any problems that you arose and how did you figure out to combat it?
Well, to be fair, we did make this game in 48 hours. All of the development from January has been very slow. We've had other classes. I personally have like 4 classes that have end of semester projects, so I'm not working with them. But one of the biggest challenges was reading string inputs from the keyboard. Obviously, Unity does have a function that just takes, you know, the press key and recognize the key. It will not take the actual character key, so I had to figure out how to like translate that. And I unfortunately cannot take credit for that. Another programmer did it, but cannot be here, unfortunately. So, but that was one of our biggest challenges, I'm sure.
Difficulty with the sprite size as well.
So that's
That was one of the things we had difficulty with the sprites being the strange size for the characters. That was kind of Wynn solved it somehow. I don't even think how she did it.
I mean, from what I played from it, I liked it a lot. Except I kept on dying, but like, it's all good. Yeah.
We definitely wanted to make sure, because it was just a simple level. We wanted to make sure that it was deep and had a speed. I mean, granted, we only have one level and there's not really a scale to that. But, yeah, there is a challenge.
Yeah, well, I genuinely enjoyed it, and I'm gonna, hopefully after this, actually play it a lot more and pass it. That's my goal. I gotta pass it. Yeah, but I had a fun time talking to you about your game. I had a fun time getting to know a little bit about what you deal with, problems and solutions. But, you know, I'm going to go around and talk to some other people and hopefully, you know, just get more, like, input on maybe, like, you know, other games and see, like, if some are actually similar to yours. It's all good fun. Right. Well, let's go into our next game. And, hey, yeah, this is your game, right? Yeah. All right. So, I'm just here to talk about like what type of like process did you go through to make your game, and if you had any like difficulties, or if you like had any, you know.
Well, yeah, I started by kind of looking at different escape rooms that I've played before and what puzzles have they done that I like. So actually I can show you this one right here.
Okay.
So, I already did that one. A whole thing about escape rooms is you have to pay attention to what you're seeing. So that was used for this. Now, over here, I have a family portrait. There's the character you're playing as Mason, and then your brother Hayden, and then their parents. But if you notice, their shirts are not really coordinated.
Yeah.
But that is on purpose, because if you go back over here, you'll notice that each circle has their shirt.
Oh, so you're saying that the player has to carefully look around the room in order to solve each of these puzzles, correct?
Yes. And so then, to answer it, you put in their heights accordingly. And that's how you get the key.
Alright, okay. And how many rooms does this game have?
Currently, it has 2 rooms. Technically 2.5 if you count the closet in this room. But the plan is that it's going to have 3 levels in a tutorial, which will go to 7 rooms. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rooms. Because there are 2 endings.
Okay.
And it depends on the actions you take in this level.
Oh, so you're saying that not only is this game a escape type game, but it also deals with the player's actions, and depending on their actions, they get different outcomes?
Depending on their actions, they will have different rooms to deal with and different endings.
Alright.
Yes.
I didn't expect that. I at first glance, I thought it was just an escape room, but now that you're explaining more about what it is, and that it actually has like dependencies on what the player does, it brings more depth to the game than it, you know, at first glance.
Yeah. It actually relates to a series I'm wanting to make called Heart of Gold, which it relies on this rift, where on both sides of the rift, it's like just looking into a mirror. You can find yourself on that other side, except due to the actions they've taken in their life, they might be a completely different person. And it usually revolves on significant events, and this game is about the event that caused the split between these 2 people.
Okay, so you're saying that you want this to be as like a series, right?
Yes.
Okay.
this is an escape room. I'm doing a concept, but my hope is it would be more of a like RPG similar to the Mario and Luigi series. If you've heard of that.
Yes. So like this is how long did it take to make this game actually? Like, you know,
For my midterm, it took at least a month, I think. Working on it, making my ideas for the. It was easy to come up with ideas for puzzles.
Yeah.
But what was kind of hard then was figuring out how should you angle it. Like, what should go first, what should go second, and figuring out that string of what's going to make people think. And through watching people play, I've also realized, hey, because of some of the games that I've grown up playing, some of the things that come easy for me are not things that other people would think of. So currently the last puzzle, at least given everyone I've seen, might be a little... It'd be better if I'm going to keep working on this, but when I get to that point, I should probably make it later in the game.
Alright. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you!
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed the game. I had a little bit of problems with it, but it's an escape room. It's supposed to give you some difficulties. So, we'll be moving on, but again, thank you for your time.
Thank you!
Alright, let's move over. Alright. Hello there. So, what is this game about?
It's made for Global Game Jam 2022 Singularity.
Alright. And I haven't played it yet, so could you give me a quick rundown of what it does and what it is?
Okay. So the game is you have two characters. The game's actually co-op. So you can swap between two characters if you're playing single player, or both characters can be played at the same time if you have controllers. It does not work with two keyboards.
Oh, okay. So it goes with a keyboard and a controller at the same time. Okay. I haven't heard of a game that does that, so that's interesting.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, how long did it take for you to make it?
This was 48 hours at a game jam, and then I worked on it by myself afterwards to prepare for this conference.
Ah, okay.
So it was only created at the end of January.
Oh, okay. And I honestly, whenever I know I haven't played it, but I did see the little trailer about it, and I generally like the art style of it, and I was wondering, how did you make the glowing parts of it?
I'm not the artist.
Oh, so who was the artist?
I'm the only programmer.
Ah, okay.
So the artist, he might not be here right now.
Oh, okay.
His name is Sam. I think he's the one that made the particle effect.
Oh, so it's a particle effect.
Yes.
Okay, alright. Well, I think it's really cool. From what I'm seeing, it's nice. And then just like the fact that it's more two players, so it's meant for like a co-op on couch instead of like multiplayer online.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So they have to be right next to each other to play.
Yes, it's couch co-op or a single player like she's doing right now.
Oh,
Just press tab to change the character.
Oh, okay. So as long as it's still playable, that's good. Yeah. Well, thank you for your time, and I hopefully later on I'll be able to play this game.
I might have to give you something because the tutorial is not in this build.
Oh, there's no tutorial on the build?
Yes. So
Ah.
I can give you a list of things.
Alright. Okay, well, I'll be walking around and I'll grab that after. But you have it ready, okay?
Yes, I'll bring it to you guys.
Alright, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. What is this lovely game?
This is Poetics.
So, I feel like it deals with racing. Is that it? Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't expect that.
Well, I'm keeping track of high scores, so.
Alright, so how do I play this?
So, you'll need to use the mouse to navigate the menus.
Okay.
You can use either the A and D keys for steering or the arrow keys. I find the A and D keys easier, but some people here have used the arrow keys.
Alright, so A and D keys just give left and right, right?
Right.
Alright. Okay.
Also, this monitor here is just for centers.
Oh, okay. Alright. So, do I have to wait for it to run?
No, you can just.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it doesn't have a wheel. Okay.
Yep, you're always drifting in oncoming traffic.
Oh no! I wasn't expecting that. Okay. You know what? I want to try again. So, like, how long did it take you to make?
It took me a little bit, but that was more just because at the time I was just kind of working slow.
Okay. And did you make this all on your own, or?
Yeah, the only thing I had help with was on the music. A friend of mine helped me with some of the audio mixing, just because I've never done music before.
I think it's really nice. I didn't expect. Usually, I guess I played a type of game that's similar to this, except it's
Infinite
not
Runners.
Yeah. Have you heard of Retro?
No.
Well, it's kind of similar to that. And honestly, I kind of find yours more interesting because of, well, the fact that it's like yeah. But also,
Yeah, I could have programmed them to stop, but where's the fun in that?
yeah, there is the fun. This is a lot better. So like, I genuinely like this because it's not something you would expect. It's like, oh, I died. But it's oh, still flying. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. I actually did program something that did fix it, but then I took it away because this is so much funnier.
No, honestly, some bugs are perfect for this.
Yeah, that one really is the definition of one that became a feature.
Yeah, I honestly, even though I'm not that good at this game, I actually enjoy it very well. I like the colors. It's pretty bright. Like some of the cars are like nice, colorful, and then others are like kind of more like simple. And it's like it blends in with the streets. So it kind of adds like a layer of difference. Like, oh, hey, you see this bright car? Psych! This is a darker color. Oh, you ran into it. Game.
Yeah, I was hoping that the headlights would make it stand out enough.
Yeah, I see the headlights, but in the moment I'm just like, oh, okay, bright color. Oh, I got it. Yeah, well, I like it a lot. I can't get to the high score though. But.
There is also, I do have it on Google Play, but that version doesn't have a lot of the graphical improvements I've done, like the brighter colors that you mentioned. Because the day after I put it on itch.io, my internet went out.
Oh no!
I don't have it back yet.
Okay, you know what? I'll go on Itch then. I think yeah, I'll go on Itch, play that one, and then once you get that Google Play one, I'll also go on that one too. Yeah.
I also just noticed the other day that apparently you can put Android games on Itch. I did not know that.
I did not know that either. Thank you for telling me that. Well,
Yeah, I'll probably just put the mobile version on there as well.
Yeah, well, that's all the time I have right now, but I did enjoy the game. I honestly liked it a lot.
Oh yeah, you can also customize the car.
You can customize the car.
Yeah.
You can customize the car. Alright. Alright. You know what?
Are you guys live streaming?
Huh?
You guys live streaming?
We're recording.
So this is David. He made a game. He wanted to show it off.
Okay.
Is that
Great.
cool? Great.
What's the game? Alright, so can you tell us a bit about the game?
You see at the blocks.
Yeah.
You have to try to destroy the blocks.
Oh, okay.
Whenever you destroy the blocks, you
Oh, okay.
go around the board and find the blocks.
So, like that block? Yeah. Okay. Alright.
Blocks left, right, here. 6 blocks.
Okay. Oh, and it also keeps track of your like speed, so it tells you how fast you're going. Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, I really like how it looks like, and then like the particle effect on like is that a laser?
No, well, not really. It's supposed to be electricity.
Oh, okay. All right. So basically, from what I'm getting, you have blocks, you destroy the blocks, and you use it with your electric laser type of thing. and then it also like keeps track of it all. So what happens whenever you like get all the blocks?
It says you win.
Ah, and then it has made by you and other people. It resets. Okay, so how long will it take you to? Oh, okay, there it goes like that. All right. So what are the controls for this?
So you use the arrow keys.
As close as possible.
Okay. Could you, if possible, could you also use the WASD keys?
Yes.
Ah, interesting. Oh, okay. How long did it take to make this?
Well, we have class on
So you did this in class? Oh, okay. Well, kudos to both of you guys. This is awesome. And did you like create the car, or did you have like an asset?
It's kind of advanced
All right. Well, I think it's nice. Yeah. Is the game available on itch.io to play?
I don't know what that is, but I don't think it's available on.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. All right. So, okay. Is it like a downloadable game, or is it on the browser?
Yes. This teacher, writer, he's the one who's going to help us with it. Couple questions over here. What's up?
I just asked the question of if it's on itch or if it's like a download.
So, as a requirement, you had to have it on itch for the competition. So this copy is on itch.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just double checking.
Yeah.
Well, I generally liked it. It's nice. It's like, you know, it just has a set objective. You destroy the blocks, you get rid of them, you win. Is there like, are you planning on like expanding it, or is it just like that?
I think it's just like
All right. Well, I think it's nice. I like it. Well, you know, if you do happen to expand on it, maybe like, I don't know, have more options of cars, you know? Yeah. Because then you don't have to create that much of a change. Just like, oh, you have a car. Oh, you have another car. You know? Just some ideas. Yeah. Well, it was nice to talk to you about your game. Yeah. I hope you have a good time with the rest of the conference now.
Yes.
You guys,
David.
well, it was nice to meet you, David, and it was nice to see your game. I kind of wish that your other partner was here, so then you could like hear all like the good stuff about it. Yeah, but it was good. Yeah. You guys have fun. All right, now to our next game. Let's get on to our next game. And I feel like we should go to the back row, look around, and see what they have. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. We're just interested in the games that you like this way.
Okay.
Could you give us some more information about that?
Sure. Yeah. So I've got two main games that I'm showing off here today. This one is called Shapeshift Sean. It's a 2D platformer where the main character has 4 different forms that they can transform into.
Okay.
Kind of inspired by Donkey Kong Country and some of the old Super Nintendo side scrollers.
Uh-huh.
And then the other game that I'm showing off is called Moncon, which I don't have on any of the screens at the moment. But, Moncon is an RPG about social anxiety. So the main character sees people around him as monsters, and instead of going into traditional battles with them, he has conversation battles because he's afraid to talk to them. So it's kind of all abstract conversation battles for Moncon. So that's the other game that I'm doing here today.
All right. Well, Moncon, it threw me for a loop because you don't normally see like the whole battles being with words, like conversations. You normally think of them as like with weapons, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, given that the game is about like this like boy, right? A boy dealing with anxiety. It kind of gives more depth to it.
Yeah. I wanted to be more than just like a fun game to play. I wanted to have, kind of some deeper aspect to it. That maybe if the player is struggling with themselves with social anxiety, maybe it'll give them some ideas on how to combat that in real life as well.
Yeah, I think that's really
This is MonCon here.
Oh, okay. So that's MonCon.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and it deals with okay. Oh, so when it says make new friends, does it mean like every person that you defeat is a friend?
Yeah. So after you've won the conversation battle, then they don't look like a monster anymore. Now they're just a regular person.
Oh.
So you become friends with them, and now you can just talk to them normally.
Okay, I think that's really cool because what you mentioned earlier, it being like where a player, if they have this sort of anxiety with talking to people, it definitely like gives them a more like a visual, like, okay, well, I saw them like this, but now that I talk to them, I could see them like this, like
exactly,
normal, like neat.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, and it's playable on what type of platform?
Right now, I just have a PC demo on Steam. The demo is totally free, so if you get on Steam and search for MonCon, you can go download the demo.
Okay.
But that one I'm hoping to have done either later this year or next year, depending on how my schedule kind of shakes out.
All right. Well, I mean, when it does get out and into like the public, you're definitely gonna let like my sister know because she is also someone who like deals with anxiety. So I feel like maybe with this, she would definitely open up more and like actually like be able to just not be afraid of other people, kind of like how your player character wouldn't be afraid of other people.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah. And going back to your other game with kind of like inspired by Donkey Kong, you mentioned that the player kind of like transforms into different shapes. Like, could you go explain a little bit more in depth on that?
Yeah, so there's 4 different abilities that you have. There's you can become a dragon and breathe fire. You can become a balloon and float through levels, so like dangerous passageways and stuff like that. There's actually I've got figurines here that you can show if you want to film that. So here's the dragon. This is the first one you get in the game, and then this is the balloon guy. And then you've also got like this ogre caveman form. So this allows you to pound through platforms in the levels, so you can actually destroy walls and floors and stuff like that. And then this guy's like a slime guy, so he can shoot out slime and stick to the walls and the ceilings. So you can just walk on the ceiling and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So those are the 4 different transformations.
All right. I think that's like. I like that a lot.
Yeah, cool, thanks.
Yeah.
This one is actually already out on Steam, Shapeshift Sean, so that one's, if you search Shapeshift Sean, it'll come up in the search. So.
Alright, no wonder I had a hard time remembering the name because of the Shapeshift Sean.
Yeah, it's kind of a tongue twister.
Yeah, honestly. But I like it. I definitely like that it's kind of like different from like other like shape-shifting. Yeah. Other different like games that deal with that, because like first of all it's kind of like unique. None of them are like the same, and then, like there's others that just like you would feel like, oh hey, balloon, how would I use that?
Yeah. I want it to be kind of unusual stuff that you haven't seen in games before with kind of newish mechanics.
Yeah. Well, I like what you showed. It was really interesting. And I'm just, that's cool that you have like the little figures showing, oh hey, this is what's in the game.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Well, that's enough time we have here. We'll keep on going on to different areas.
All right, cool.
I hope you have a good time here,
Cool,
though.
thanks.
Yeah. All right.
I have a character that would be
Oh,
interactive.
all right. Okay. You want to head on over there? Okay, let's go. What is your game?
Okay, my name's Chandler Hummingbird, and my little game here is called Coulom's Law. It's a little obstacle course style game. It's a little obstacle course game that based on the concept of electric charges and electrostatic force. So, the basic premise here is that you have this point charge, and whenever I tap Ab and hold anywhere on the screen, the point charge moves away.
Okay.
By simulating the electric force of a positive point charge on another positive point charge. And the idea is that you got to move this thing over to the end goal of each level.
Okay.
This old prototype of mine has about 6 levels in it. The first 3 are just maneuvering the point charge around with no extra mechanics. Oh boy.
Oh, it looks like you got your little buddy stuck.
Yeah. I might have.
Well.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, yay! So basically, you just move it throughout the map and get to the green area. Is there any like differences like as you progress throughout the levels?
There will be here in the next level once I get over here. So here's the first unique mechanic, the electric field. And what happens is it's a uniform area of like an electric force that whenever your point charge makes contact, it automatically applies a very strong force, keeping it from passing through. So like that one just jolts me back to like the very back of the level.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is that you have to move around it.
Oh, okay. It causes a bit of a challenge.
Yes. This next mechanic here is the polarity switcher. What happens is it turns your positive point charge into a negative one that instead moves towards your touch.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Want to see these two mechanics interact? So like we got an electric field here that certainly won't let me pass through. It'll jolt me back in that direction.
Yeah.
When I'm a positive charge. But if I'm a negative charge, the direction that it applies that force is switched around.
Okay. Oh, and then it propels you forward.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's like an opposites interact kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many levels does your game have as of now?
That's about it. 6 levels. I want to work on this more sometime in the future. Hopefully get this on the App Store with a lot more mechanics, such as walls that if you touch the point charge gets destroyed, you got to restart the level. Maybe put that in conjunction with some electric fields for some timed. So you got to get down the timing of exerting your force on the charge,
yes,
so that it doesn't run directly into those walls.
Okay.
Little idea I have. That's about it for my game.
All right. Well, I did notice that on your sign it has, of course, the Windows and the phone. So you're planning on having it on both PC and mobile, correct?
Yeah, it's very much a game that relies only on touch input, making it pretty much ideal for mobile.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also ideal for people who have accessibility issues. Like they're not able to hold a regular controller as most people. So I feel like that's great to include more people.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's a good game idea, and also it's good to like bring more people in than just the typical ableist person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I like the idea. I definitely like that it's inclusive, and with more additions to it, I feel like it will be a good game. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, that's enough time we have for now with you. But I mean, hopefully we'll see more games.
All right. Thank you. And let's have some fun here.
Yeah. All right. All right. Now we're on to our next game, and I feel like maybe we could go to this one. I think it looks interesting. We just gotta wait for a little bit of
yeah. I'd love that.
Hello, hi. Hi. Sorry for that whole interruption
No,
thing.
you're all good.
So we've actually played a little bit. Oh,
Yeah, it's all good. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. We've actually played a little bit of your game while we were like waiting for like everything else, and we found it really interesting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And then whenever we realized that it was made for like the Game Boy.
Yeah, I actually have it playing here right now.
Yeah.
So this is it right here. Is it able to pick it up on there? Sorry, it's a Game Boy, so the screen's not the best, but
As long as you have it there, it counts.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
really fun. It's so right now it's playing not really a video game, but it's a game, but it's a ROM. I don't know what's going on there. That's it's stuck.
Oh, it's
Don't-
stuck.
Don't look at this.
Okay, we'll avoid that. But
It's all on an emulator using software. I'll have to pull up the software I'm using actually. So right here, I have the whole development process.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, really cool. Just showing like the process and inspiration. But right on this page, it's showing all the software that I use. And the best part about it is that it's all completely free.
Oh.
So if anyone wants to make their own like Game Boy game, it's not a very hard. I'm a graphic designer, and I don't really know too much about coding, but I do use this, and I know a little, and it helped me a lot with making my game that I wanted to make.
All right.
And using all this software, I'm able to do that too. And just showing the process of how it's being made, and like the color palettes being used, and like map creation and everything like that. And music creation as well, which was definitely the hardest part about it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's been really fun. It really it's limited a lot by the hardware, but I think that's like the best part about it.
Yeah, honestly, whenever you mention the fact that like one of the softwares it helps with like creators who aren't that experienced in programming, that hit me because I'm more of like the art based and
me too.
Yeah, I'm definitely not strong in programming. I know a little bit and I'm continuously learning, but still, it just like give me the art.
I mean, that's mostly why I like making games. Just like I get to make art for it.
Yeah, and I really like your whole stand. Like,
Thank you so much.
And little frog one.
Little frog guy.
Yeah. Oh, and you even have stickers and buttons. That's cool.
Yes, yeah. If you guys want a sticker or button, you can take them. They're all free.
Oh, they're free.
Yeah, and a business card as well. This is so Scomware is my video game design branding, but the QR code leads to my art Instagram since I'm more of the artist. That's really what I have to say about it.
All right. Well, I like the stand.
Thank you
I
so
like
much.
the game. I like the art. It just, and even the music is really adorable and it's calming. Yeah. Yeah. Is there? Will you plan to have more additions to it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a bad example to have it on because I'm stuck, but I definitely do. The level design, I wanted to make it more based on the original Zelda, so the player starts off kind of guided in one direction, but after like a few screens, you're able to go anywhere you want in the world map. So you can even actually like stumble into like, the final boss if you're not if you're just wandering around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's awesome. This is good. Yeah. Like, honestly, it's personally for me, all the games are great, but this one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That means a lot to me.
Well, we'll leave you to it. Hopefully, other people could come by. I
hope so too. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And we'll head on over to the next game. Okay. And that would be this one. All right. Are we filming? Are we filming or what? Okay, cool.
Hey, so I'm hanging out with Tony. This is Tony's.
Oh, so this is your game.
Yeah.
All right, we're just here looking at different, different games that have been displayed throughout the conference. Could you tell us a little bit more about yours?
Yeah. So, let's try to get a better visual. We start up or something. All right, let's do that. As a backdrop. So it's Ninjas versus Samurai Card Chronicles. It is a roguelike deck builder, card battler, slash JRPG, slash fighting game. All those combined together.
That has a lot of slashes.
There's a lot of slashes. But really more so, if I take out all the slashes, kind of have the JRPG kind of look and feel more so in the story aspect. But if you boil it down, a roguelike card ballad in the vein of Slay the Spire, a little bit of Hearthstone with the PvP in there and such. And so fully 3D. Everything was created from scratch, except the animations. But
is this the game right here?
that is the game.
Oh, okay.
That is the.
So it looks really interesting, yeah. And like I see the card right here, and it definitely looks like it has like a lot of inspiration from a lot of different things.
Yeah, it's kind of more that kind of like that the visual look I was going for the characters was like Jump Force, Bandai's Jump Force, and more of a kind of realistic look to the environments and everything else. So one of the things that personally I do with the Game Development Public is we help teach game development to anybody. Free on YouTube. We put out free tutorials. We have courses on Udemy. We have like 20,000+ students on Udemy.
That's so cool. I want to do that.
Hundreds of thousands of views per week on YouTube and everything else. Not the biggest channel, but you know we're hoping to get there. But everything is we'll put out a tutorial and have the scripts and have the models for free. So that way we want to make it accessible to everybody who wants to learn how to do game development. Teach big one is how to make games without code. So we do bolts. Since it's free with Unity, so a lot of bolt tutorials. We have a 2D space shooter out there, lighting, how to do good lighting in Unity, modeling, and everything else. So everything was kind of created from scratch, so it can be given away and slash put on the asset store for anybody that kind of wants to, wants that to use that to accelerate the game development. Right? So that's always a big part of everything that we put together. Is doing that. So.
That's a lot of, the fact that you have like a YouTube that teaches people, and is this YouTube?
Yeah, so it's Game Dev Republic.
All right.
I think we put the video up. So yeah, you kind of slow on that one, but all right, we're getting there. We're getting up there. We're trying. But
oh, and this is the game there.
Yeah, this is the game. So this is the kind of the pitch video, so to speak, for the competition. But since I was like, let's tie it in with the video, that put on the channel. So it's a pitch for it, but it's also kind of if you're developing a game, these are kind of some steps to help you out. This is some insight and everything else, because everything I'm trying to put up there is trying to educate people about game development.
All right.
So we're like, hey, let's use this kind of as educational tool also to be like, this is some behind the scenes, but also we put in like, hey, when you're developing games solo or the team, this is a good thing to look out for. This is a good thing to do, and everything else. Because professionally, I've been like, maybe 10+ years doing it professionally. So I try to kind of bring that knowledge and that skill back to everybody, because I remember how it was starting out. I learned the hard way. Unfortunately, this was, showing age when YouTube was not so much around.
Yeah.
And, it had to kind of learn by failure and, doing stuff, didn't work. So now I'm like, people just try to get that professional knowledge, and you have a lot of people on the YouTube and everything else, they're not professionals. I'm trying to think of the right way. I won't want to, and they still have a lot of knowledge too, mind you. I've looked at a lot of these people as well and learned from them, but still, from that professional standpoint, I'm like, hey, here's kind of some industry knowledge, so let's, try to give back.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I generally enjoy the graphics of it. I enjoy that you incorporated so many different things into it and made it unique, you know? Because I don't think I know that there's a lot of card game based, games, and then there's a lot of like JRPG things, and then there's a lot of other things that like you've included. But like having them all combined, that's really cool. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's a niche genre, but it's a passionate. It's a niche genre with a passionate audience. So to speak.
Yeah. Well, this is available on itch.io, right?
It's available on itch.io. The Steam page should be up, maybe up now. Should be up at least by Monday.
Okay.
I messed up with the logo. I put two different logos in the back. They're like, no, what are we doing with these graphics? So, should be up by Monday, but the it's available on itch.io. The early access demo probably is going to be a little bit later. I want to get more polished. I want to get more characters in.
Yeah.
You know, we just got the Ninja Samurai. There are 4 classes, so I at least want to have all 4 in there. A couple special characters, more cards, and possibly the PvP mode. I'm not promising that for the early access, but so yeah, they can hit, you know, itch.io, Steam, YouTube, website, any of those things.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, but we'll head on over to the
I
next.
appreciate it. I appreciate talking to you guys.
All right.
We're back. Thank you to Bethsaida for all those wonderful showings over at the exhibit hall. It's now time to go into our next speaker, who is Grant Jenkins, who's an associate professor of English and creative writing, and he teaches contemporary literature, theory, and creative writing here at TU. He is the author of Poetic Obligation, Ethics in Experimental American Poetry After 1945, and the manuscript under consideration, Otherwise Ethics in African American Poetry After the Civil Rights Movement, and has published 2 books of poetry, Joy of God and Other Series, and Morphs with Cheryl Pallant. His novel, Ivory Tower, was published in 2020 by Atmosphere Press. Professor Jenkins, in his talk, will preview his upcoming course, The Poetics of Video Games, and also consider how this and other courses in creative writing can help improve your game design and game writing. So we'll go to his talk now.
Hi, welcome everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Akram Tagavi Burris for inviting me to speak, and also for the wonderful work that she's done to bring this conference together to TU and to make it available to everyone online. I'm very happy to be here. I myself am a gamer. My sons are gamers, and it's a pleasure for me to connect my 2 worlds. My professional life as a literature and creative writing professor, and my hobby and interest in gaming. And I've been wanting to teach a class like the Poetics of Video Games, which I'll talk about in a minute, for a long time. And I think there's going to be lots of room in the future in TU for making video games a much more integral part of our creative writing program. Okay, so here are the questions that I will try to answer today. First of all, is what is my summer course? It's called The Poetics of Video Games. What's it all about? And I think the major question would be, what does poetics mean? You may know what video games means, but what does poetics mean? I'll talk about that. I'll also talk about how poetics is relevant to the art of video game design, as well as answer the question, how can creative writing courses help your game design education? And then hopefully there'll be time at the end if you have any questions about what I've been talking about. Okay, so first let me read the description for my course, English 2003, The Poetics of Video Games. You can see there's an image here from one of my favorite games, Halo 2. I love the entire Halo series up until Halo 4. We can talk about why Halo 4 is not so good later. And I think it really does come down to storytelling and its poetics, but we can get to that some other time. So 2,000 years ago, the Greek philosopher Aristotle wrote his Poetics in order to understand the nature and practice of drama. In this course, we will do the same thing for a more recent art form, video games. Our task, like the philosophers, will be to explore the meaning, tropes, types, history, and methods of telling stories through interactive digital media. Yes, we will be playing lots of video games in this course, and we will also produce various writing projects in different media to answer our question, how and what do video games mean? And it also fills a Block 1 requirement in the Tulsa curriculum. So if you still need a Block 1, this is a perfect class for you. And this will be taught, let me give you the deets in a second, taught this summer. Here's what we'll be doing and covering in this class, okay? We'll be defining these various terms. Obviously, I mentioned we'll be defining poetics, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But we'll also be talking about what is a game, what is a video game, and going in depth and what's the terminology we'd be using to create this encyclopedic understanding of video games. We'll be talking about the parts and elements of video games. And really kind of, I think the heart and meat of this course will be to talk about structure of video games, the tropes that video games often use, and the styles of video games. And I think particularly of interest to me is like classifying types of video games and the different genres. I don't think there's a definitive understanding of the vast quantity of video games. We'll try our hand at a taxonomy of video games and see what we can come up with. And we'll be talking about the history of video games. Many of you probably know more about the history of video games than I do. And a lot of the topics we'll be doing in this class will be pooling our knowledge, sharing it, and disseminating it through various digital media as well. And I'd also like to talk about the business ecosystem. I mean, I think a lot of us think of video games as a hobby, but it's also a business and it's also a career opportunity, particularly for those of you who are creatives and may have never have thought of getting into video game design. And then we'll be talking about the cultural, political, and psychological context of video games that will help us understand what they mean, why they're important to people, what the impacts are on people of video games. I mean, it's one of the, I think the biggest topics is, are video games dangerous to people or not? You know, we'll be talking about various things like that. It's all integral to understanding what video games mean. And we'll be, as I said, we'll be pooling our knowledge and really creating a kind of encyclopedia of video games throughout the term. Usually when I pitch a course to students, they want to know what kind of work we'll be doing. So these are the deliverables we'll be producing as a course. And they're not just like regular English papers. I want everyone to know that off the bat. I'll be asking you to write personal narrative blogs, right? I'd like to hear what video games you're playing, to hear what you think of them. I always learn about new games by talking to people about what they're playing and what they think of them. And to give sort of a more broader view of why you should play a video game or what are its strengths and weaknesses. In reviews, I'm sure a lot of you watch reviews on YouTube or write them yourself, and I want to take advantage of that, your knowledge of that genre, and we'll create some of those as well. We'll be building a wiki on video games for the course, covering the various topics that we'll be covering that I showed you on the last slide. And I'd like to do a sort of visual timeline of the history of video games, something that is attractive that you can just get in a glance, that sort of summarizes and maybe is interactive and allows people to click on various aspects of the history that they want to know more. Again, this is something we will decide together as a class. And yeah, we'll do a sort of more typical researched article. And I say article because I'd like you to think of a real world application or a place you might actually submit this critical article about a relevant issue. They're very excellent journals, online zines that publish critical articles about the meaning of video games. And so I want you to think beyond the course in terms of your audience being someone other than your professor. And last but not least, I'd like to get a creative proposal from you about a potential video game. It won't be a long document, but I don't know if you are like me thinking about what would the perfect video game be that I would like to play. And I'd sort of like to just everyone to sort of imagine that perfect video game and to pitch it to the rest of the course. And then to end the semester, you will write self-evaluation and evaluation of your peers. You'll be working together in small groups. And you'll be assessing your performance in the class and giving yourself a grade. I've been asking my students to grade their own work in courses for almost 2 decades now. And one of the advantages of that is, first of all, students are honest. And I appreciate the honesty that students display in assessing what kind of work that they've done. And there's also something that a professor cannot measure, and that's how much time and effort you spend on a class. And these kinds of reports will allow you to explain to me in detail how much engagement you've given this class. So these are the details about the course. As I said, it's this summer, and it'll meet every day from 10:20 to noon. It's kind of an odd start time. But we'll be beginning May 23rd, and it'll run for a month till June 24th. It'll be in Chapman Hall. If you've never been in Chapman Hall, it's located on the U. It's one of the ugly buildings, I'd say. It will be mostly discussion, formatted class with some lecture by me, and then, as I mentioned, you'll be working in groups to produce some of the documents that we talked about earlier. And there are seats still open. So check it out, talk to your advisor, and enroll for this summer course. Okay, that's the course. Now let's take a little bit step backwards and get a broader view of some of these ideas and talk about what a poetics is. I mean, this is the sort of model that I'll be using for this course, so I want everyone to understand what it might mean and why it might be useful to those of you who are studying, designing, and making video games. So the word poetics comes from the Greek word poetikos, which means, of course, pertaining to poetry, but it also means creative or productive. And in its verb form, it means to make or making. So Aristotle wrote a theory of literature called Poetics. And yes, it's about poetry, in particular the poetic form that was most prevalent in the 4th century BC when Aristotle was around, and that is drama, plays. And this book, Poetics, is a study of the parts of drama and how they work together for larger effects, okay? So there's a method involved in this Poetics. And so using Aristotle's method, his approach, we can make a poetics of anything that humans make. You can do a poetics of television. You could do a poetics of sculpture, a poetics of any kind of craft, any kind of making. We'll be applying it to video games. Okay, so how is poetics relevant to game design? I'll try to give you a brief answer to that course today, to that question. Obviously, the course will be the larger answer, So I encourage you to sign up and get the in-depth answer to that. But I'll try to tease you a little bit here with some possible answers. First of all, it seems obvious, but video games are made. They're created, and they're created through creativity, right? This is really where the connection between video game design and creative writing overlaps. And creative making, no matter what you're making, is a process that's governed by rules, goals, and values. We'll be talking about what those rules, goals, and values are in video games. And particularly to think about developing your own goals, being able to articulate your own values, and how those might shape your gaming design as you move forward. People, of course, make video games for different reasons, using different elements and strategies. It's one of the beautiful things about the art of video games is there's just so many different types of games that have so many different purposes, and it's not just for entertainment. I think I'm preaching to the choir when I say that to you all, that it's not just about mindless entertainment, which is the bad rap that video games get. But I think it's important to point out that there's more reasons than their entertainment value that the video game industry is now larger than all of Hollywood filmmaking, right? It's been that way for over a decade. And thinking about a poetics of video games gives it the status of serious art, right? Film used to be thought of like video games are today as a kind of waste of time, mindless entertainment, not having anything meaningful to say about human existence. And now there are film studies programs. You can get a graduate degree in film studies. And I think video games deserve the same kind of serious treatment. And ultimately, a comprehensive knowledge of your art will help you make better art. I know it sounds obvious. And you don't have to have knowledge of like the history, the meaning of your art form to make art. Some people just prefer to do. But I do believe that having a sort of poetic mindset about video games will help you think deeper about what you're doing and therefore make better products. Okay. My computer is stuck right here. All right, here we go. All right, so the practical question. I imagine a lot of you are computer science majors, engineers. You have very practical minds, and you want to know, well, how is this going to help me? How can creative writing in general help your game design? So I'm going to make a pitch for not just my summer course, but for creative writing courses in general as something that will help you in your quest to become a game designer. So all time-based art forms have specific requirements and rules, and some of them are in common, right? And when we say time-based art, we mean anything, any kind of art form folds through time, right? That unfolds over time. We're not talking about things like painting, where you can sort of perceive it in one glance, in a moment, right? We're talking about something that takes time to go through it. So in that way, video games are more like films, they're more like novels, they're more like symphonies than they are like painting, sculpture, and other sort of non-time-based art forms. Another thing about video games is that they take practice to make, right? And creative writing can give you the time and space to practice your creativity, to practice making, to practice working in time-based art forms. I tell my students, I say, this might be the last chance that you just have free time in your schedule for creativity, for writing poems, for writing stories. I don't know if any of my students will ever do that again. And it really is a privilege and a pleasure to just have a course that says, okay, now I'm going to spend time thinking about my time-based art form, in this sense, video games. Creative writing courses emphasize the importance of storytelling structure, from fiction to TV writing to other classes that we offer in screenplay and other narrative-based forms. You'll learn things about how to tell a story, when certain things happen in a story, the order of parts of a story, and how they work together to create an effective and meaningful story. I don't know about you guys, but my favorite kind of video game is, a narrative video game that takes me on a journey through a story with characters. And because those are elements that video games share with, say, fiction writing, it's going to help you to take fiction writing to produce good stories for your video games. Another thing that creative writing can do to help you with your game design is that literature delves into human nature, right? That literature does that through character and dialogue, right? Through setting, through creating a world, right? And there's a lot lower stakes in doing that on your own in a story, right? Where it's really essentially you and your keyboard and the word processing program that you use. Doesn't take a lot of investment as opposed to a video game, which might take a lot more time, a collaborative effort, require investment and money to produce. So practicing your storytelling in a low stakes arena like writing a short story can help you practice those kinds of skills that you'll then take to what I would think of as a more high stakes arena of video game design. I also believe that knowing the social and political context of your art will strengthen it. What are humans in our day and time concerned about? What are the issues that people get riled up about? What matters to people today? If you're in touch with the issues that are facing the world through current events, through contemporary debates, then your art will be more in touch with what people care about at that time. Okay? And that's something we get into when we talk about creative writing or literature. I think creative writers think first, like, I'm writing a story that will change the world. I mean, students come in with that mentality. And I believe that video game designers should have that kind of mentality too, and that creative writing can help you sort of develop that mindset that your game can have an impact and say something about the issues that are animating the world and that are what we are concerned about right now. I would also say that language-focused art forms like poetry can improve other aspects of your game design. Vocabulary, your use of imagery, and I'm not just talking about visual imagery. Video games are often very visual, right? They require sight, but also to use other senses, right, in your game design. And to think about your sentence style, and just to solve creative problems through words gives practice that I think is very transportable into video game design. So I would even encourage all of you who are gamers who want to make games to take poetry classes. I know that just sounds like the furthest thing apart, but I really believe that learning sort of the art of language will help you create better, more interesting worlds, more interesting characters, better dialogue, increase your vocabulary and your sort of insight into human nature. Okay, so that's my pitch for the usefulness of taking creative writing. And so I hope that you might challenge me on that or ask me questions about that, because I definitely am game for talking more about why computer science majors, gaming designers should take creative writing. So we have some time, I suppose, for questions if anyone has any. So the question is, when else will the course be offered? Will it be offered in the future if you can't take the summer version this summer? And my hope is yes. So the next move will be to make this course a permanent course in the English and Creative Writing department. I'm not certain how often it will be offered, but I do know that there are several of my colleagues in the English department who are gamers who include video games in their teaching of literature and other courses. So I have high hopes that it will be offered regularly. I would say probably not till next year or the year after that, just to be realistic. We have so much to teach. Yeah, so the question is my thoughts on the interactivity of video games and how that affects the storytelling. I never really thought about it until I played the game Mass Effect. I don't know if any of you have ever played Mass Effect, but I don't think it's the only video game that does this, but it really goes into depth to utilize the interactivity of video games in storytelling by giving you different dialogue options. So as you play, I think we would call that an RPG, right? You're playing the role-playing as the intrepid hero, and you're placed in these situations where you interact with other characters and there's conversations. I think one of my favorite part of the Mass Effect trilogy is the sort of the dialogue and the character development. And so you can respond differently as characters ask you questions or you have to make decisions, and it really creates a superbly complex tree. So you think of narrative in a film, you mentioned film and TV, that the narrative is linear, right? There's one story. But when you give a plot point, you give your character choices, then you suddenly have a multilinear storytelling. And one of the beautiful things about Mass Effect and games like that that do give the gamer an option, different options at various points in the narrative, is they have impacts down the line in the narrative, right? And that's just, to me, that's so provocative, and it opens up so many possibilities for storytelling. And that kind of complexity of trying to, as a writer, to think about all the possibilities and not just what they'll lead to in the next step or two, but in the next game, what impacts those choices at key moments in the previous couple of games will do. I mean, the choices you make in Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2 determine how things are going to turn out in Mass Effect 3. I don't think really one person can keep all that in their head. I mean, this requires a team of writers and creatives to work through that so it makes sense. Right, I think it requires new technologies to keep track of that kind of storytelling and how complex it can get. But I think we're just getting to the beginning of that. I mean, I can imagine, as you probably can even more because you guys know more about gaming and computers than I do, and I can imagine how AI will be so essential to the future of this kind of storytelling, and I think that's incredibly exciting. What if Pride and Prejudice, or what if Great Expectations, or what if The Great Gatsby talked back to you? I mean, that is, I don't know, you just put your favorite novel in that, in that blank there. What if you could go into your favorite novel and live in that world? I mean, the possibilities are endless, and I think computers and digital technologies really are about to take storytelling to the next level. I tease my students and say, one of these days there'll be holodeck writers, because I'm a Star Trek fan, as I hope a lot of you are, right? And I do really hope that we have the technology today to walk into a room like this, but it becomes any world that you want. I think that to me is the apotheosis of storytelling. And, we are getting closer and closer to that as computing leaps ahead, and we have the kind of computing power that would allow you to respond, a computer to respond to any kind of unpredictable human choice, which is what storytelling is about. It's about characters making choices, right? So a great question, by the way. Thank you. Yes, in the back there. Yeah, so the question is, how do you stay original when you get so deep and involved in the tradition, right? I have a lot of students who are like, I don't read because I want to stay original. And so it doesn't make sense in the gaming context, I don't think, because I'd be like, what, you're going to stop playing video games? In creative writing, this is why when you take creative writing, your professors are going to ask you to read, okay? Because we see reading as essential to being able to write. All the great writers, no matter who you think about, from Toni Morrison to William Faulkner, Fitzgerald, Hemingway, Stein, all of those great writers that maybe you've taken in classes, they all knew their traditions inside and out. They were readers, they knew other writers, they talked about writing, they just, you know, you hear that thing about 10,000 hours, you got to do something for 10,000 hours to master it or whatever. I mean, they all put in 10,000 plus, right? And it's, with storytelling, I think there's also a particular aspect to it. In my courses on fiction, I'm a true believer there are really only about 7, maybe 12 different stories that humans have told through the history of humanity. You know, I mean, just think of some of your favorite movies. I don't know, something like Star Wars. The original Star Wars, A New Hope, is a plot basically called Overcoming the Monster, right? The trilogy is about Luke Skywalker overcoming the dark side of the Force, liberating his father from it, right? And there are many iterations of that story, right? The story of A Voyage and Return, the Odyssey, essentially, gets told again and again through the history of literature. And so the creative part of storytelling, and I think this is true of video games. I mentioned Mass Effect. Clearly that's overcoming the monster if you've played Mass Effect. Some of the most horrifying, terrifying monsters ever imagined, I think, in literature. You know, that's what that basic story is. But what makes a story interesting isn't the plot. It's the variations on it. The world changes, you know? A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Boom. Suddenly that's what makes this same story we've heard over and over again of overcoming the monster different, right? Character. Character is really also, I think, probably the most dynamic part of storytelling, and is the most variable way a writer can intervene in that same old plot, is to put different kinds of people in there. Because different kinds of people react differently to particular situations, right? And that's where, and this is what creative writing is all about, I think, is telling that same old story but different. That's a very common screenwriting saying from Hollywood screenwriters. They say it's the same story but different. Like Hollywood producers want that kind of reliability. Yeah, remind me of what film it is. It's like Ferris Bueller's Day Off meets blank, but they want to know why it's different, because the sameness makes people comfortable. Oh yeah, I kind of know this story, and it's soothing to hear the same story again. That's why kids want to hear bedtime stories over and over again, because there's something soothing in the familiarity of the story of, you know, Little Red Riding Hood going into the forest and overcoming the monster, right? But we also want variation, because we're human. We get bored with stuff. Right? So it's always that balance between the familiar and the new that is what moves storytelling forward. And I think video games need that. And in fact, I would say like AAA titles of video games right now are suffering from this stagnation because they haven't realized that they really need to tell the same stories over and differently. And I think, you know, that's a problem I'd like to see overcome. You know, and I think the writers are really going to be doing it, and the designers who think about the way the story is going to be told. I mean, not all video games obviously are narrative, but they often have some sort of arc or structure to them. Even Mario has to go through increasingly harder and harder levels and fight harder and harder bosses. I mean, that's essentially the story. You know, that's its story. It's overcoming the monster. Great question. There were some other hands. Yeah, let me go back to that slide. I mean, I think it's obviously complicated, and I feel like if we get into like different technical jobs of, you know, I mean, God, how many people worked on Mass Effect? I mean, we're talking hundreds, if not thousands, of people working on that video game. So I'm not sure I could answer, like, if your job is to do textures in a video game, for example, like, do you need to know storytelling? I don't know, maybe. Because really that's about setting, right? How do you create a setting that is going to heighten the drama of a particular game, add to its tone? Like these are all creative writing words, like tone, setting, right? I mean, this is what Aristotle talks about in the Poetics, to be honest. And video gamers are still thinking about this, and like the different kinds of textures, the different colors, the mood, the sort of lighting. Honestly, I don't know that much about the whole graphic aspect and how to make them, but I do know when a game really nails, you know, the tone through the visual design, right? That just adds to it. And in fact, I mean, I love video games where the world becomes almost like a character. I'm trying to think. I just replayed Batman Arkham Asylum just recently. You know, one of the reasons why I love that game is because the Arkham Asylum map is like a character. It changes over the course of the game. And that just adds so much to the pleasure and the storytelling, I think, as Batman is trying to overcome the monsters, multiple monsters, right? The island itself that he's on becomes a monster that he has to overcome and subdue, right? So all the sort of people who are involved in creating that, how that island feels in terms of its dimensions, its color, the interactivity with like the various obstacles, you know, that Batman has to get through to get around the island, like, you know, everyone's contributing to that in various ways. And if they know sort of like how their little part fits into the whole and how this is about what part of the story they're involved with, I think it can help them advance their art and to think of new ways that would make a game player's experience the story even more viscerally. Right? Right. So the question is, if you think of games as sport, you know, how does that change, or how would this be relevant to these forms? I mean, obviously, I'm sort of focusing on storytelling, but that's not the only aspect. I mean, so when you say sport, like, do you don't just mean like video games that happen to be about sports, like FIFA, whatever. You're thinking of gaming as an activity that's more like a sport rather than. I mean, I still think. I still think games are, in a way, they're time-based art forms. God, you know, I mean, one of the reasons I'm a sports fan too. One of the reasons why I love sports, particularly basketball, you know, although the other sports from American football to soccer, like, they're beautiful. They have aesthetics, like, you know. But I think like basketball, the way the the way the figures move through this very limited space, which is the setting, the world, and anyone who follows sports knows that there's drama. I'm sure that there's drama in the whole e-game world too. I'm sure you have your favorite, competitive professional gamers, and you follow their careers and their characters in this world. Like, I don't think that you can separate any kind of like time-based sport and art form. I think they're very similar and have like a lot of overlaps. And even if you're designing a game that's based on a sport, say Madden, like there are characters. Like the announcers in Madden add to the drama by their dialogue and what they say about the game. The reactions the players have. Each player has its own stats, like almost like aspects of a character, right? And also they do certain things that are kind of extracurricular to the game, like they might get a foul or something, and then there's the reactions by the coaches. So like, I think we love sports because they're dramatic, right? and we can talk about that in the same terms that we talk about poetics, I think, to understand how even what we think of the furthest thing away from literature, like sports, it's still very, very literary and aesthetic and artistic. And you guys have asked some great questions. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the chance to talk. Come into my world and learn a little bit more about creative writing and the literary, and because I spend a lot of time in your world, I have to say.
Okay, we're back. Thank you to Grant Jenkins, just making sure that was his name, for the wonderful talk about the poetics of video games.
Yeah, I enjoyed
What'd you think?
it.
Yeah.
I think it was great. I didn't know that creative writing, of course, having a good story would affect the gameplay. I didn't think that poetry would also be included in that as well. It kind of threw me off.
Yeah, I can definitely see how it can be involved, and how creative writing can definitely help someone who's designing a game.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bummed out by his response with if the classes were offered during the academic year.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, and so when he mentioned, but maybe next year, not the upcoming year, but the other one, I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Really wish I could take that class because I'm really interested in it.
Yeah. Sadly, though, some people live out of state, so they can't really have the ability to be there in person. But maybe, future years, it will be offered, and people will have, that availability.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Well, during this break between presenters.
Yeah.
Thank you. We wanted to give some quick shout outs to some of our sponsors. We wanted to give a shout out to our sponsor, Ordnance Online, which are an upcoming media franchise developed by Kevin Matthews, a TU graduate. Currently, the franchise is focusing on their first title, No Sen Forcer, which has a deep backstory and is filled with interesting characters. You can learn more at ordinanceonline.com.
Yeah, and our other sponsor is Create Something Interesting, where we actually had their one of their founders speak yesterday. If you missed that, go check that live stream video out on our YouTube channel. But they have a studio behind the game Solos, which is available on Xbox One and Steam. And the founder of Create Something Interesting, Daniel Jackson, has also explained about how to get your games on Steam also from yesterday's live stream. Go check that out on the YouTube video. and they also had a pitch on their latest project, Blitz League. You could also check that out on yesterday's live stream.
I'm definitely going to have to go check out that talk on how to get your games on Steam. I was really curious. I saw that. It was yesterday and just couldn't make it, didn't see it, so I'm going to have to go check that out.
Yeah, honestly, I was there yesterday and I found it very informative, and I found it like, he explained it very well as well with like Elliot Ridgway, who was also one of the presenters for that talk. And they went into depth on like how you go about doing it and the like different ways they could do it. Like you could go into like more programmer route, or you could go into the GUI section of it. And they even talked about like, oh hey, you need to have this and this, and you know, I'm not gonna spoil it all for like you though. You can just like watch it on later and then get a more in-depth explanation. Mainly because like I might not explain it that well, you know. Get the professionals in there.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to check that out. Well, we're running to our next presenter very soon, but while we're getting there, we're going to take a look at some of our other sponsors.
Yep.
Welcome back. We're here to introduce our last presenter of the day, Matthew Lement.
Yeah. Matthew is a visiting assistant professor of motion graphics at the School of Art, Design, and Art History at the University of Tulsa. His courses cover motion, animation, interaction, branding, illustration, and UI and UX. Additionally, Matthew believes that the concept of play is fundamental to learning, so many of his projects involve gaming. Additionally, Matthew earned his Master's of Graphic Design from North Carolina State University. His research interest is reducing psychological distress in cancer patients with embodied conceptual metaphors in a serious VR game. And we'll take it away to Matthew.
Okay, am I on? All right. So, I'm sure it's been a really long day, a lot of great, exciting, inspirational things, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about my research. So I've got some VR videos here, and I'm sure any of you that have played VR, you know how it's not real, right? We've all done it. We know it's not real. These people know it's not real, but like it feels real in that moment, based on the quality of the graphics and the sound, and even sometimes some of them involve vibrations, and a really small amount involve like smell. But yeah, like we see people just very physically reacting to what they see in virtual reality. And so this is part of my interests here. Let's see. Here we go. So I've got a little question here. Why do VR games produce physical and emotional reactions? That's going to be part of what we're talking about today. So one possible answer would be the idea of embodiment. Our interactions with physical things shape how we communicate, think, and feel. And so you might ask, but wait, VR games are fake, right? Yes, but through well-designed sight and sound, VR feels real. You know, I play a VR game that's golfing, and there's a little ridge that if the ball, you know, when you mini golf and the ball gets stuck right up against the rail, that's a hard ball to hit, and you have to separate it when you're physically playing mini golf. But in the game, you can just swing right through the wall. But I find myself like stepping over the wall and lining up my shot, even though I know that's not real. And it like the better and better the graphics get, the better that we're gonna feel like that moment is real. And look up I mean, you can look up any VR reaction videos. There's the plank one, I'm forgetting the name now, but you go up like a really tall skyscraper and you walk out into a plank and you jump off like you're soaring through the air and you're about to hit the ground. It feels emotional. Even though you know you're standing on the ground, it feels like you're falling. And I think that is something that people can use for good. And I think that's something that people can use for bad, that emotion. And I would like to talk to you about how we could use it for good. Additionally, VR feels somewhat real through touch because of the controller vibrations. And then lastly, for a select few, VR feels real because of a fragrance device that produces a smell. And of course, with the idea of smell comes taste. That's a really select few of like experimental VR games. But like, for example, if you're a cancer patient and you're stuck in a bed and you cannot move because of whatever ails you, they can come on and pop on a VR headset. And then, so you've got the sight and sound and a little bit of feel. And then they'll have, like, imagine you're in a depressing hospital room where there's like beeping coming from down the hall. You can pop on your VR headset and be on a beautiful beach in Hawaii, let's say. And then somebody can activate the scent smell, and then you get a little bit of, I don't know, like barbecue or something like that. That is a really powerful thing that we have at our fingertips, and it's becoming more and more affordable. Like VR reinvents itself probably every 6 months. And so one of my former professors was talking to a guy that wrote the VR book, and he's like, how how do you keep up with this? And basically the answer is like, well, we don't. Like once we publish it, it's already a little bit behind, but we just keep publishing. So my name is Matthew Lemond. I'm a visiting assistant professor of motion graphics here at the University of Tulsa. And I want to talk to you a little bit more about VR. So the name of my paper and my research is Helping Cancer Patients Reduce Psychological Distress with Embodied Conceptual Metaphors in a Serious VR Game. And if that doesn't sound too annoyingly academic, I have a longer research question that I'll read to you here in a little bit. But let's break this down. But before I do that, I should say I presented this at the East Coast Gaming Conference in Raleigh, North Carolina a couple years ago, as well as at my grad school alma mater, North Carolina State. And both were really exciting opportunities. But let's get back to this breaking down the terms. So when I talk about serious games, a serious game is any game designed for purposes other than pure entertainment. Like for example, there are VR games that can help you with like dexterity and to regain mobility. There are VR games. Have you ever heard of phantom limb pain? Like maybe you've lost an arm or a leg and your body is telling you, like for example, like say I didn't have my left hand and my body was telling me your left hand is on fire right now. Some people experience that, and you can use virtual reality through therapy to try to fix that, whatever is happening in their brain. And what you do is you recreate a situation where they can see their left hand and they realize it's not on fire, and then like over time, and I'm giving you a very bird's eye view of it, but over time it's supposed to help. In the 2015, I think it was 2015 FIFA World Cup, there was a young man that they had believed was paralyzed from the waist down for a long time. And through a robotic exoskeleton that they put on him, he simulated walking every day. His body would just move lifelessly with this robot, his lower half. And they would play virtual reality of him walking. And over time, they discovered that the nerves weren't completely dead. Like that's pretty exciting. And he actually went and kicked out the first kick at the Rio FIFA games. Whenever, I think it was 15, 14, something like that. You can look it up on YouTube. But yeah, it's VR has this really interesting ability to move us into places that we haven't been able to go with all kinds of things. It's used in counseling with vets that have experienced really bad things and they don't want to talk to anybody. So through virtual reality, it's like a form of therapy for them. But it's specific, like it's specifically designed for the purpose of therapy or rehabilitating your limbs, or like what we're going to talk about, like reducing psychological distress in cancer patients. But it's even used with burn victims. So there is a lot of like cool things happening out there in VR, not to mention the other cool things of just like playing a game and you know, having a lightsaber battle with Darth Vader, you know, and you can see your hands as you're fighting him. Anyways, so yeah, a serious VR game is any game designed for a purpose other than pure entertainment. So what does embodied mean? Like I said earlier, our interaction with physical things shape how we communicate, think, and feel. And then if we talk about conceptual metaphor, this goes back to Lakoff and Johnson's research into metaphor. And conceptual metaphor theory posits that our brains map the source and target domains of an entity or action to understand the world better. And this isn't something that, I just realized I'm skipping over my notes. This isn't something that, for a long time, people thought metaphor was just this like flourish that you would put onto your language, like something fancy to do. And it's not. It's fundamental to how we think and how we talk. So if I say I'm feeling good, or I'm feeling up, or let's say I say I'm feeling down, those are both metaphorical things because I'm not physically moving up or down. And if I say, you know, it's a really dark film, that doesn't mean that it's poorly lit, right? I mean, it could be. It could be. But what it means is that there's lots of negative, like, unpleasant things happening in it. So we use metaphor just constantly in how we think and how we talk. So with conceptual metaphor theory, you might have seen this before. It's the most popular metaphor for cancer is war, military fight, something like that. So we take something that we know, like a fight, a war, a battle, and we apply it to something that we don't really know, like cancer. Even the smartest people in the world don't really fully understand why cancer does what it does. So anyways, so in conceptual metaphor theory, we take something that we know to understand something that we don't know. And for people that are really stressed out and making really life-changing choices quickly, it is helpful to use metaphorical language to help them understand. So let's talk about cancer-related psychological distress. That's defined as negative emotions that impede everyday activities. So, so here's that question again. Helping cancer or not question, but this is the topic. Helping cancer patients reduce psychological distress with embodied conceptual metaphors in a serious VR game. But let's talk a little bit more about those cancer patients, because you know the first step of design thinking, the first two steps of design thinking are empathy and definition. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about empathy right now for the cancer patients that we're designing things for. And by the way, these VR games for cancer patients go back to 1999, and I'm gonna talk about that a little bit more. But it was the VR headsets that weren't 360 or 180. It was just kind of like having a cell phone screen in front of your face. But yeah, they've been used for a really long time with cancer patients in therapy. So this isn't like something that's new. And in fact, I think it has a lot of potential for growth if you consider that 38.4% of people in the US will receive a cancer diagnosis in their lifetime. That's a bunch. I didn't expect that much. So perhaps you'll find this surprising, or perhaps you can relate. But so those facing a life-threatening illness are likely to experience what is known as psychological distress, or like I'm saying, cancer-related psychological distress. Fear, PTSD, anxiety, warped sense of self and circumstances, discouragement and depression. Those facing a life-threatening illness, or I've already read this, but some other bits about psychological distress that's pretty concerning. 45% of survivors, these are survivors, not people currently going through it, but after they've survived it, experience anxiety. 25% of survivors experience depression. Depressed survivors are 2 times as likely to die prematurely. And suicide is 2 times as likely for survivors. So I think that we not only have the 38.4%, but then we have all the survivors that we could think about. So I think that there's like a legitimate demand and history for this segment. I don't want to call them a market because I don't want to talk about like selling things to them, but I would like to talk about making things to help them. Our mental activity affects our behavior. And our behavior can affect, and this is starting to get a little bit into the what classic medicine would consider questionable. This is an area of debate in medicine. How much does our brains how much does our psychology impact our physiology? And as this information is growing, there's more and more evidence that says these are related and we should treat them together. So some of the ways that how your brain works that can impact cancer is that it can impact the speed at which cancer grows in some forms. It can affect your immune system's response to cancer. The rate of cancer mutation through the discharge of stress hormones, and the cell's ability to self-destruct, which is called apoptosis. There is a growing body of evidence that says we need to think a lot about this as we're thinking about cancers spreading throughout the body. So let me catch up with my notes real quick. Yeah. Okay, so while the National, I'll read this quote from the National Cancer Institute. The National Cancer Institute acknowledges that experimental research suggests a tumor's ability to grow and spread can be encouraged by psychological stress. So they are reluctant to say that. But because right before this, they say that there is no evidence that successful management of psychological stress improves cancer survival. But they do acknowledge that there is this experimental research that is suggesting psychological stress definitely has a role to play in this. And I think that we should create things to reduce that psychological distress. So but let's back up for a second and look like big picture. Like I talked about apoptosis, like the cell has 3 kill switches that it goes through when there's something bad like cancer happening in the cell, and cancer bypasses all of those. And we don't know why. I think that there's varying degrees as to like what we think, but we don't really know why. And cancer is, at least in part, an unknown entity beyond the understanding of even our greatest minds, and it's buried in the essential elements of our biology. And here's my submission to everybody that it takes a team to fight this cancer. And as a result, we must fight it with a broad range of experts beyond traditional medicine, which includes computer simulation and gaming designers. Fearing the unknown future is a source of distress for cancer patients. And of course, there are other sources of distress, like the cost of the treatment and unwelcome changes to your body. That's a big one. And it definitely explains some of the distress that happens to survivors. And having to make immediate decisions that have lasting consequences, to name a few. But all of these point back to the fear of cancer and its unknown consequences of the future. So in concert with treatment, counseling, family support, metaphor are one solution to the problem of cancer-related psychological distress. Metaphor helps patients make sense of their past, present, and future experiences with cancer. And again, we see that conceptual metaphor theory matchup of cancer is a fight. Again, fight is something that we understand. Cancer is something that we don't really understand. And especially if you're new to all of this and you're not somebody in the medical field, like metaphors can really help somebody understand what's happening. And let's see, as Kermeyer Mayer puts it, an academic who studies metaphor and medicine, healing may occur because the metaphorization of distress gives the person room to maneuver imaginative possibilities, behavioral options, and rhetorical supply. I don't know about you, but that sounds like a game to me. metaphorization of distress. You can design the enemy. Room to maneuver. You can move around the game. Imaginative possibilities, right? Like, what if I could fly away from my cancer? What if I could obliterate it with a gun? And then rhetorical supply. Like, so it gives me words to describe what I'm feeling, which is often a thing that cancer patients talk about as a point of stress, is that they can't describe what's happening because it's complicated. And like I said, some of our brightest minds really don't understand what's happening. So our minds are truly powerful, and traditional medicine is changing to include how our minds impact our body. So again, how does metaphor relate to gaming? I would say that games are metaphorical because the user plays as a character and gains their abilities. So games are metaphorical. And anyways, let's see. Yeah. Okay. So my investigation has identified these 7 values of metaphor for cancer patients: shielding, playful, communal, bodily experience, educational, control, a new perspective. So, for example, like shielding, I might not want to say that that I'm dying of cancer to my family. Like, that might be too emotional. But I could say I'm going to walk into the sunset soon. You know, like, I could use that metaphorical language to separate. Or I could say something like, I don't really understand what's happening, and a doctor could say educationally, you know, cancer cells, they kind of, you know what zombies are? Like, cancer cells, regular cells are like humans, and then cancer cells are kind of like zombies. They're this like broken version of a human that just consumes and consumes and consumes and consumes. So you can use, like, obviously they aren't zombies, right? The cancer cells aren't zombies. But you can use this language to help people understand. And with understanding can bring some peace of mind. And imagine if you were in a 360 virtual environment that supported all of this while you were getting treated for cancer. There's, like I said, there's already research that goes back to 1999 that supports all of this. But again, I would say these type of words, these sound like games. These sound like virtual environments, giving me control, giving me a new perspective. Virtual reality is a completely new perspective. I can be underwater, like grabbing at fish, or I could be on a spaceship fighting Darth Vader. You know, like it gives very new perspectives, and it's completely surrounded. So, let's see. Okay, so virtual reality, it can visualize abstract ideas, it can visualize metaphors. It provides alternative metaphors. So a part of a therapy could be, oh wow, this patient has developed a really unhealthy metaphor to describe the situation. Let's create a dosage of such and such VR games that will hopefully change the way that they're thinking. This is already happening with virtual reality, and like there, I believe it's University of Southern Florida is doing this, lots of like deep gaming research and imagining what would it look like if instead of a pill, I gave you 3 games to play for the next 3 months, you know? Like that I believe this is part of our future in the next 20 years. So VR can help distance patients from cancer. So like I said, imagine that patient that's sitting in a bed and they can hardly get out and they feel awful, and everywhere they look, they're reminded of how awful they feel. But what if they could pop on a VR headset and then like go to Jupiter and, you know, like fly around or whatever? Like that's some really helpful mental things that can happen there. So virtual reality can also help to regain mental control over cancer. So it won't be a physical control, but it will be mentally a sense of control, like a sense of empowerment. So let's see. Okay, so now I'd like to talk to you a little bit about a game called Chemo.
Our next guest is an investor, businessman, and star of the hit ABC show Shark Tank. If a man sent you this instead of real flowers, how would you feel about that? This is the regular one.
Sorry, it'll get there in a second. There.
It was about time we had you on. Oh, thank you. She had a great time. And you guys were doing extra. Who was dancing with her, by the way? I think maybe we were both Drews. I want to make it very clear. I don't think what you can call Drew and Easy now. No, both of us. I don't know if it's technically dancing. Right. When we try to move it.
Dancing with the Stars.
I did. Why? I was not a dancer. I was maybe worse than.
I promise I'll get to the chemo thing in a second. This did not start at the right time that I thought it was supposed to. But.
That's the amazing thing about the show. You go in there and you've never danced, and within 3 weeks, they make you feel like you're on top of the world.
And one of the things I love about you, and you're here today, we're on a show called The Doctors, obviously.
Yes.
I want you to tell us a little bit about, you had a personal experience really close to you with cancer.
I did, and I'm really happy to be here with Estellas and talking about cancer care and how technology is helping with cancer care. My mom passed away from ovarian cancer about 9 years ago, and actually that's why I did Dancing with the Stars. When she was ill, you go through the phase when you have somebody who's affected with cancer. First you figure, especially somebody with my means, we're going to fix it, no problem. And then you realize we may not be able to fix it, and then you focus on cancer care and patient care. And my mom was in the hospital for a while at the end, and every Monday we'd go there with the other ladies and we'd watch Dancing with the Stars. And this is way before I was on Shark Tank. I used to do a Canadian version of the show, and my mom would watch, the beautiful dancers and that life as an immigrant that she could never have. And she'd say, "Oh, one day, you think you'll be on Dancing with Stars." And I'd be like, "Oh, Mom, I'll never be famous enough or on TV in the States." And the show meant so much to her. So when they asked me to do it, we did it right away. I did it right away for my mom.
Incredible. So now tell us about your partnership.
Here's where it's supposed to start.
And during that phase, it was amazing to me how little technology had caught up to patient care and cancer care. And Estellas has this program called the C3 Prize that they launched in order to encourage, kind of like a mini Shark Tank, but companies that deal with patient care and to make people's lives easier. And the product ended up winning, used virtual reality to really use therapy to make people calmer when they go through that. Because the testing is really stressful, and going through cancer is really stressful, especially if you're a child.
And you mentioned the winner. We actually have the creator of the winning product here with us today, Ju-Won Kim from OnComfort. Welcome to the show, and welcome. How is the product impacting patient care?
I think it's definitely impacting them in a way that we use non-pharmacological solution to help them reduce anxiety and pain. And it helps the hospitals as well because it helps them, the patients to recover quicker so they can leave and go home.
And we have a prop over there, Dr.
Yes, we do, and I get to be the tester here.
Is he always the tester?
No.
Yes, he is. He is.
When it came to Dancing with Your Wife, I was the tester. That was a good gig.
Yeah, I know where you live.
Wow. This is just so mesmerizing what I'm looking at in 3D. You just want to keep looking at what's around you and all these what are these things that are coming towards me? These like little bugs, insects, and very three-dimensional.
Well, those are the bad blood cells, and so it's a
I can see that.
Yeah, it's a completely immersive game, and you can't you kill the bad blood cells.
I get it.
So
Am I
it's
inside like a vein or artery?
Probably.
You are.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love these innovative concepts. They're necessary in medicine. I applaud you for this because it really is so very important. And Robert, I would say to you, keep up the great work.
Thank you. I think that it really helps a lot of people recover.
Well, appreciate you being here today, Robert. Real pleasure. Shark Tank.
Okay. So, chemo there, and do you notice what he said? Like, he's a very rich person, and he thought, we have the means to fix this, and he realized he doesn't. He realized, like, all the money in the world can't help sometimes. So, when he was talking about his mother. So, like, this is really a problem that it leaves even the richest people, like, just kind of stuck sometimes. So we need a bigger team of people around it other than traditional forms of medicine. Chemo by On Comfort is likely the only metaphorical VR game that is designed for reducing distress in cancer patients. So there are a lot of VR games that are used with cancer patients that I'll talk about, but this is one that's like specifically metaphorical. And you saw the designs. It's not very impressive. I don't know what they did with the $50,000, but like I'm sure that y'all could make something way better. And yeah, they won this humongous prize. So I think that there's a lot of potential out there for maybe it's not cancer for you, but it could be burn victims. It could be a lot of things, but there is a potential out there to incorporate gaming and medicine. And my next step with this research would be to find someone to fund it, kind of like they did with the Astralis. Yeah. Another thing I wanted to point out is that it was geared towards kids, but that makes up like 4% of the cancer population. You really need to be thinking about like people over 37 years old in design, because it's just such a tiny section of the population that they're designing towards. And you know, they also have a really cool game that before kids have to do a painful procedure, like say a serious back shot or something like that, they'll pop on the VR headset and they have to slow down their breathing. And the faster they breathe, the game reacts to their biofeedback. So like if they're nervous, the lights will start moving and characters will start running around. But the more they calm down, the more that they breathe slowly, the more the game calms down. So it's like a visual feedback to what our body's doing. And to me, that's really interesting therapy. And they're finding that they don't have to put them under anesthesia with these games, which is, anesthesia is dangerous, like for anybody. There is a lot of growth here. But basically in the game, it's a first-person shooter that that teaches adolescent patients about chemotherapy. You shoot the green cancers, you don't shoot the blue good cells. And then you fly through this like futuristic, spacey looking blood vein. Okay, so this lady, according to Dr. Susan Schneider, an associate professor at Duke University School of Nursing and an oncology nurse with 30 years of experience, by decreasing chemotherapy-related symptoms like anxiety, virtual reality has the potential to increase compliance with treatment, affect survival, and enhance quality of life. So she's written 9 articles on this, and she is the matriarch, the first one to do it in 1999. And honestly, like she would have, if the technology was there, she would be a much bigger name, but it just was like incredibly expensive to use at that time. But now, like we can pop our phones into a Google Cardboard and have this experience. So she was a little bit before her time. But I want to point out for a second, affect survival. Like that's a big claim, especially if we consider what the National Cancer Institute is saying. So like I said, she's written 9 articles back to 99. In an interview with Snyder, she described to me that VR headsets are like horse blinders because they block out all of the visual stressors. And I'm not a big advocate of people checking out mentally with video games, but I certainly am if you have some kind of like stressful event in your life, check out big time. And this is what virtual reality headsets do, unlike any other gaming experience, is you completely block out what's happening. So if I'm in a room of 30 people all receiving chemo, I don't have to look at them. I can go look at fish in like the Mediterranean. You know what I mean? Like, it's very therapeutic. She also told me, this is interesting, patients don't read. Like when you're receiving your chemotherapy for 2 to 3 to 4 to 8 hours, like their reading is too taxing for them. So it calls for a distraction that's a little more passive, a little more just experiential, which again fits really well into virtual reality, or can fit in well. You know, she isn't alone in this thought. In 2006, a mini review examined the use of VR with 839 patients and concluded that VR improves patients' emotional well-being and diminishes cancer-related psychological distress. So, for those that might not know, a mini review summarizes a large group of peer-reviewed papers. This one looked at 19 individual peer-reviewed articles on the subject. Interestingly, the mini review makes no mention of what the viewer sees. To me, that's a humongous oversight. If this is supposed to be a therapy to help you, you need to be talking about what they're seeing and hearing, and they weren't at all in the mini review. It's like the whole thing, like it's the whole VR thing. Let's see. And only a few of the individual articles thoughtfully examined what the users see in VR. One of the 19 did intentionally design a game, and the game was walking through the forest. And so they did talk about what they were trying to communicate visually. But it's like a large oversight by both the medical community and the people developing these games to just say like, meh, we're not gonna care about what they see. Like, so some of the articles didn't even mention the name of the VR game. So I couldn't look up anything. One individual article included the name of a VR game, but gave no description. After further research, I discovered that what cancer patients were seeing, the game that they were playing was described as a horror mystery game with like dead children and ghosts. I don't know how that passes IRB. I don't know how that was a good idea for anybody to choose. And by the way, IRB, Internal Review Board, like if you're in academia and you want to test something with users, you have to go through IRB. So for example, they wouldn't let Susan do any shooting games because they were like, nope, that's violent, not doing that. But somehow this horror mystery game got through because nobody looked into it because they weren't caring. So to me, I would describe this as a big oversight, and I'm sure that you agree with me. Missing from all of this research is a critical evaluation of the qualities of visual, auditory, and interactive stimuli. This was another really informative article by Haro. It's Seeing is Believing and Believing is Seeing. This peer-reviewed investigation that explored the mental images patients have about their cancer via art materials. This was all with like breast cancer survivors, and they would make really interesting shapes. So this article had a big influence on my concepts that I'm going to show you in a second. But missing from this this research is a critical evaluation of the patient's source of distress, the source of comfort, the metaphors they use to describe their experience with cancer, and how they can inform the plot and entities of a serious VR game. So, so here is my, actually, let me see. Okay, yeah. So here is my, I remember we started off with kind of the complicated title that I described in detail. This is my official research question. How can the design of a serious VR game use multimodal metaphors to transform a patient's embodied metaphorical conceptualization of their cancer from a negative source of anxiety and depression to a positive opportunity for personal growth? So that's, instead of explaining all that, I'm going to show you some of the stuff that I've made. One more quick stop. We don't have to read through this too much, but this was a kind of like systematic breakdown. I read through a peer-reviewed article that interviewed three women who currently had cancer and how they would describe their experience with cancer. And some of them, it was their second time. But through considering what caused them distress, what gave them comfort, game plot implications, metaphors they use, like for example, treatment is jail. Medical staff is like a rugby team. So that's like a really common one, that because they feel like, you know, these older people feel like, I really need somebody bigger and stronger and faster to come help me. So one of the patients described the medical staff as a rugby team. They aren't, right? But like, it is really helpful for her to think that they are. Like, because she's putting the kind of physical skills and muscles that you might identify with a rugby player, she's using that visually to understand their mental ability to combat cancer. So for her, it was a comforting thing. One patient described herself as tough as a leather boot. She bragged about how the only child that she ever had was when London was, the only child that she had in the hospital. I think she was a mother of 7. The only child that she ever had in the hospital was when the Nazis were bombing London. So like she's from England. So like these metaphors they use are really important to understand. Okay, so one of them described cancer as a punishment. Like, that's unhealthy thinking, and we need to be able to correct that with therapies like this. So this led me to a couple conclusions. And what this would be is kind of a paper to hand off to a developer that wanted to build this. This would be like, hey, here's where you're starting. And at some point, you know, I might just fully build it out. But for now, you'll see some of my examples. So let's just take a look at this, and then I am done after this. So here we go. Helping cancer patients reduce psychological distress with embodied conceptual metaphors in a serious VR game. How might cancer be metaphorically represented in a virtual environment? Cancer is more warm and dark than cool and light. Cancer is more round than angular. Cancer is more irregular than regular. Cancer is more appendaged than unappendaged. Cancer is more soft than hard. And finally, cancer is more small than large.
Will the treatment work?
Did I do something to deserve
Will
this?
I live?
Will the cancer come back?
Why me?
Fearing the unknown is a source of psychological distress for cancer patients. Concept 1, breaking out of the hospital and into nature. In concept 1, the patient is in a familiar hospital setting that is dark and depressing. This concept embodies the experience of the user as a powerful entity that can move freely. Concept 2 and 3, cancer as an obstacle the patient can control, and patient as caregiver. This concept explores the metaphor cancer is an obstacle on life's journey. Here the user finds that a cancer-like obstacle is blocking the flow of water, consequently making the river stagnant. The user can remove the obstacle, thus restoring order to their virtual world. Okay, so those are my concepts, and with that I would like to welcome any discussion or questions that you might have. We've got about 15 minutes. Or I could play the video again if it'd be helpful to see that. Or we could just be done. Yeah.
So, with the benefits that have already been studied with virtual reality, how much do you think is the effect of VR and its ability to replace somebody in their experience? And how much of it is the game aspect of directed intention, goals, and incentivized action?
Okay, so you're asking me how much is it just them being, like how much is it them being in a different environment, and how much of it is the how it's built? Is that?
So like when I think of a game has actions that are incentivized. VR is unique in games in that it can very much recontextualize and enforce almost completely its own context. Removing you from whatever context that you were in before. I guess my question is, in your intuition, is the power of VR specifically in that new context enforcement, or is it in pieces of the games of the incentivized actions to direct thought and that way?
Yeah. Okay. So it is it the real value in VR? Is it that you are taken to another place, or is it how the parts of the game are built to tell stories and incentivize actions? I mean, I think it goes back to what Susan said, just the horse blinders. Like it just takes you to a different place. However, by the way that it's built, it can feel more real or less real. So like as image qualities get better and better and better, and we're able to, like make it accessible for people who wear glasses, and able to make it accessible for people who can't hear, and the more and more that the technology advances, I think that will become an equal part of the horse blinders, like that, because it'll support that story. So like virtual reality has a really magical way of suspending our belief. Like we know that we're not in a different location, but gosh, it really feels like it. And the better the technology gets, and the better the storytelling gets. Like for example, I have an Oculus, and I have to like click on the ground to fast forward to where I want to walk to, and that really kind of takes you out of the moment. But the more advanced systems that you can walk around a little bit, then those start feeling real. So I think the stronger component is the horse blinders, but I think that that is changing, or it's becoming equal, I guess. But yeah, any other thoughts or questions? Yeah.
You talked a lot about this being used for cancer patients, and cancer treatment. What ways do you see it being used outside of that?
Yeah.
To treat other sorts of things that would be psychologically stressing.
Yeah, so it's used with veterans to be able to, for one, like just to have somebody to talk to. Like they don't do well. The University of Southern California is doing a lot of this, where they find that they don't want to talk to counselors. So they put a virtual counselor in there, and then it's kind of not really a game; it's a simulation, but it is used in that way to help. There's a game called, I believe it's called Snow World, that's used with burn victims to metaphorically describe what's happening with them, and they get to instead of looking down at their burnt skin when they're playing a video game, they get to look down at their virtual arm, and it's not burnt, and they're moving around. And for example, one of my professors at NC State created a game, I Am a Man, going back to the Memphis sanitation workers that were protesting for fairer wages, and in the 60s, right when MLK was shot. And he has this VR experience, and it's emotional. Like, so you're acting as you are one of the protesters, just walking along a line, protesting, wanting fair pay, and then a police officer pulls you over, points a gun, and says, "Put your hands up." And you look down at your hands, and I had a black man's hands, and I had never experienced that before emotionally. And it was like, whoa, like, so it can be really helpful for empathy, and understanding other people's situations. There's a bunch of others, but yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if, is my mic still on? Okay. I don't know. I think that like what needs to happen is people need to keep buying all of the like high dollar games so that there can be more funding there to pursue these side projects. I think like serious games are never going to be as popular as other games. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe they could be. But yeah, I think that it's always going to be a niche thing. But I do see it growing a lot in the next, 30, 40 years or so to become kind of like an alternative to medicine, alternative all kinds of things. But yeah, any other thoughts or questions? If not, I really appreciate the time. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Sweet. And we're back. Thank you to Matthew Lemon for the wonderful talk about serious games.
Yeah.
What did you think about that?
I thought it was very informative. I didn't really think about VR being used in, cancer patients' treatment, mainly because most people see VR as something that, just for fun,
Mm-hmm.
But then I know that for me, I'm making a VR simulation for like the nurses. So I didn't know if like maybe we could do for patients, which I guess now we can.
Yeah. I think that a lot of time gets spent looking at games as entertainment and not a lot of like serious games like this that can do some sort of like social or important good.
Yeah, honestly, it just I want to see how this develops further, mainly because I know that most people have, of course, family members that deal with this thing, and if there's any sort of like form of comfort that they could at least have, it could be this.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we're going to have our awards soon handed out to some of the winners of these 80 submissions that we got this year, the most that we've gotten ever at the Computer Simulation and Gaming Conference here in Tulsa.
But we also got to remind them that it's on a different live stream, and that they have to go onto that one so then they can actually watch it.
Yeah, so I think we'll just send people over there and we'll see you there.
Yeah.
Okay, and are we live?
We should be live.
Let's see what happens.
Okay.
We're just moving. Okay, sweet. Well, we're live back to the awards section of the Computer Simulation and Gaming Conference. Everybody's slowly making their way into the
to the show too.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for everybody to settle in, I guess we should play one of the games.
Yeah, we can. Is there one that you have not played yet that you want to take a look at?
Played yet on stream or
or any of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't got to see what the Levies one is.
Where's
It's under Party of Gods.
Oh, this one.
What is that?
I don't know.
Oh, it looks like it's just
A 4-player. It's a physical game.
Yeah. Oh, it's a physical game, so we can't really sadly play that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can look at it, and it's cool.
Okay, then let's go to I guess we could go into maybe the Clickboxer?
Android.
Oh, it's Android. Okay, never mind. Let's go to Breakdown. What about that one? It's up top.
Where's that?
Right.
Oh, yeah. We have to download it, but we will do that right now.
Yeah.
And we'll play something else.
No, we gotta pay. Okay, then let's go to a Geododge?
Where's that? I have not played this one yet.
Yeah.
We have not played this
Oh, it has a cool background.
All right, you're going to be playing this because you have the keyboard right now.
WAC,
And space.
dash. Okay.
All right, go for it. Once it loads.
Once it loads, you know? It's going.
Very slowly.
Yeah, but surely.
Again, everybody's funneling in very slowly to hand out awards for this show. Lots of great games. I encourage everyone to check it out. If you go to our website and go down to competitions and check out what everyone's submitted, I encourage everyone to do that. Play these awesome games that everyone's submitted, like this one.
Okay. The beginning. Okay, one day Geododge, I was going to say Geodude, was infested with a big red darkness. It all started with red infection, which transformed into a small, oh my gosh, it's so fast to react to it. Furthermore, the darkness took over the world, the infection spread, and it became, you know what, I'll just read it ahead.
Yeah.
See if you can make it full screen. Right.
He's playing mandatory full screen.
Can we? No.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just zoom in a little bit.
I don't think that's going to help.
Never
Oh, that made it worse.
Yeah, okay, scroll down maybe just a tad. Alright. Well, P doesn't really think it can skip. Alright.
I'm curious if it's going to cut to something.
Hopefully.
Is it still moving?
It's still moving, yeah.
It's still moving,
yeah.
okay.
Well, that's awkward.
I'm not quite sure what's happening with the awards section of this.
I'm not sure either. But something's happening.
Yeah, there's definitely people getting brought in, so.
Yeah.
We'll get to that soon, that's for sure.
Yeah, there we go. Alright.
Okay. Oh yeah, we definitely wouldn't want to play it in full screen mode. I think we need to open it in a new tab, but that means waiting for the credits to fly, or that scroll to fly through again.
Yeah, the press button to skip.
Yeah. Should we try out something else?
Try out. The Captain Rooly ghost ship?
I think that's downloaded, but I think we downloaded that one. Let's see. We downloaded a Light Shade and Rogue Space.
Let's try Rogue Space then.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, alright. I'll go to
How to play.
Okay, moves, shoot, cues to. Alright, shift boost, ease to dodge. Okay, I will forget all of this in like 5 seconds.
You got this.
Okay. Alright, is there sound? Oh, you have it muted.
Yeah, I have it muted because it's like super loud when it gets played in this room.
So
I don't want to just like.
Alright. I can't, okay. So.
What does E do?
I don't know. Oh shoot. Okay, I died.
Let's try it again.
Oh, I don't have to press space for it all the time. Oh wait, there's someone behind me. Wait. Okay. Okay, as you can see, I'm awful at aiming, but that's fine.
It's fine.
You know what? It's fine. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Okay.
Oh, half a heart.
Okay. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is that's not fine.
Not fine.
All right, let me try again. Where's everybody? Okay, you're behind me. I know this. All right, we're gonna shoot this thing, then we're gonna shoot that thing, we're gonna shoot this thing, avoid those things. There's a dodge, I forgot. How do I dodge? It's not doing anything.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember the controls either.
E's supposed to dodge.
Wait, let's double check. Let's double check.
Oh,
Is
I have to
dodge.
have 3 crew members to do that?
With 3 crew and movement.
How many? Oh, I only have. How many crew members do I have?
I don't know.
Well, clearly
Good
not
question.
3.
Oh, is it the hearts?
I hope not, because I just lost like over.
Wait, try hitting E right now.
I think I have to
Nothing?
buy them.
Okay.
I'm just shooting, running, shooting, and running, and shooting, and dying.
How do you feel about the fact that there's a room full of people watching you play this?
I feel awful. Oh, I got a high score. Let's
There you go.
Did I really? But I'm back at round 1, so you lied.
You made it, then you made it.
No, I lost a heart. Okay. Alright. Oh, I'm in round 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I just shot at. Okay. Come on. Oh, I ran into that one. Alright, that's fine.
Oh, you made it to round 2.
I did, but honestly,
Got a high score.
I did.
This is your best one. We'll leave there.
Triple digits! That was fun, but
Yeah.
I wish that there were some sounds and I could like maybe hear if the enemies were getting close.
Nope, no sound for you.
No
That's
sound for me.
cheating.
Okay. You choose the next game.
We've played a lot of them.
Yeah, there's so many.
Oh, here we go. Something's happening.
A
Oh,
boss?
never mind.
You thought-
Nothing's happening. We were hopeful. Okay.
Keep stalling. All right.
Stalling.
We're good at stalling.
Let's do this one.
Okay. What is that?
It's What's
we're
that?
having technical difficulties.
Oh yeah, we're having technical difficulties as far as awards go.
Yeah.
So it'll be another couple minutes before that happens.
So until then, you get to see me.
Make a louder announcement. Okay. Hi. They're having some printing difficulties with awards, so it's going to be a little bit longer, but we're working on it. Thank you.
And by working on it means we're stalling. Alright, so how do I play this game?
I think it's just the pad. Maybe this guy?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's that. Wait, why would you do that? I wasn't ready!
You got it.
We're zooming.
Yeah, there you go.
Boys.
There you go. Don't forget to pick up the food. There's like a really there's like a really someone recorded themselves eating noise.
Oh, that's lovely. Wait, why can't I cross the water? I'm a duck.
You're a chicken.
I could swim? Yes. Maybe? Oh, I nearly walked into that fox. Oh, there's a banana right here. Okay. Zoom. Diagonal. Oh,
That
there's
was
a
a close
cookie.
one. Yeah. Get that in the banana. There we go.
Oh, wait,
Something happens at round 10, and I don't know what it is. But I know something happens then.
You know what? I'm gonna go this way. Alright, okay. Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, the food makes me go faster.
You're much better at this than I was earlier.
I am a pro. Kind of.
There you go.
Oh, there's a banana.
How sad.
I know. Okay, so...
You can stand. Oh, you did it. Okay.
I wasn't even paying attention to what I was doing.
I was gonna say you can stand in that middle between the roads, and you're safe in
This
there.
chicken doesn't do stand. Oh wait, I need a cookie.
Do you? It's just gonna make you move faster.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, I was slow. Okay, never mind.
After their labs, I started getting emails from their parents saying, okay, what do I need to get for my kids so they can start doing stuff like this too?
Should we let him talk?
Yeah.
Should we talk?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
We actually conspired some of our little...
These are picking them up, so you can just be quiet. Okay.
Playing games, thinking to themselves, this is really cool, but I can never do this. Today, that was really positive. They realized, no, actually, I can do. I can do really good. So that was awesome. And I actually was like, this is my first year teaching at TU, and I was just like, this is really cool. So it was a good thing.
Just on run game. We'll just jump right in.
Yeah, we'll jump right in.
We were virtual for a couple of years, had no idea what was going to happen. But I think we were just
Controls. I'd like to...
Do you have any favorite moments?
Oh, there's just players?
Okay, this is perfect.
Okay.
This is really cool.
Are we supposed to be in here? Oh, shoot, no.
Okay.
We're supposed to knock each other out? Oh, wait, we're supposed to, stay over here.
That's not a big part of it, is to connect people to work on the game together.
You died.
No.
You died.
Did I?
You're red.
Am I?
Yeah.
No.
Am I red? Wait.
I think you're red.
No, hold on. Okay, you know what? I'll move next time, or not. You're red. Yeah, you're red.
How am I?
You move by yourself, I'm not gonna touch the thing.
Okay, but I'm not touching anything either.
Okay. I'll push forward, and if red goes... Oh no, I am blue, because I'm not red. Yeah, you're red.
But I don't move.
Wait, why are you not moving?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm so confused. Am I the only one moving?
Now we both disappeared.
Yeah.
We tried with this one. We tried reading the instructions.
I think red just followed blue. Wait, there's a gem. Grab it. Go. Let's go. Oh, I died. Next game. Yeah, next game.
Should we throw him on a mic? I feel like we should mic him up because he's just talking. Okay. Do you want to cut to the podium? What? Yeah, do you want to like get him one? Because like I think people would rather hear him talk than us just sitting here.
And like my 3-year-old has now figured out how to get around the parental controls. And I'm like, how did you do this? And she like figured out that someone if you get like a text message, you should like still click on the text message and then navigate from the text message to the photos in the text stream, and then you get the photos at home. This is really now the generation where
Are we still in there?
Yep. Yeah, we're just sitting listening.
Especially now that we're pushing more into AR and VR. And we talked a lot about the small opportunities that are going to VR with our immersion. In fact, we're also looking at AR.
Let's do that.
I was kind of here when we like first started to introduce AR and VR. One of my grad students I was doing research with, he really big into it. And we actually, we showed others in the and all of a sudden we started getting really interesting escape rooms, VR. Some of them I had to like that, we need to like go back to the drawing board because I didn't really like being chased in VR. Yeah, just want to set it up. Yeah, we might go behind that. Again, it kind of opens up a whole new world. Yeah. Yeah, we good? Hold on. Testing. Is it actually coming through? Perfect. Yeah, but it kind of opens up a whole new realm of possibilities because now, I mean, really one of the things that we focus on, especially like I'm teaching game design concepts right now, and a big thing that we focus on is what is the ultimate experience that you want to share with your audience? What is it that you want them to walk away feeling like, I've learned so much more about this thing, or I have this sort of experience of this thing?
And so much more now we're moving into a medium where games get to provide not just experiences, but like visceral experiences or really intense experiences where people can actually kind of understand what it would be like to be in a certain position and be challenged in a specific way, to empathize with people who have particular struggles or difficulties or who have life experiences that are not easy. And like for us, I mean, we're all, right, even our college students, we're all adults, right? But for those of us who are at an age where we've had lots of life experiences, we've had all of the heartbreaks, the job losses, the loss of family members, the difficulties of raising kids, we know that life is tough. And we know that like our college students especially also get to be at a time where they get to take a lot of risks and have a lot of passion. And I was joking about this with Tony the other day about how they can take risks, and at the end of the day, they don't have to ask themselves like what does their boss think about their decisions with their game or with their career, all these things like that. You don't have that kind of oversight where you have to worry about maybe making a bad decision like getting fired or people being really critical and affecting your job performance. And so college students get to kind of experience that. But we know that's really tough, and actually we have the opportunity now to use games to be real and be honest about what life can be like, but its joys and its sorrows and its difficulties, and to provide people with a way that they can actually empathize and grow together as a community through those. And I think it's actually the thing that drew me into games, which is getting to understand other people's experiences a lot better. And I mean, let's be honest, I also just like beating things up and taking some loot and going to experience role-playing games and stuff like that. It's always really, really cool. But anyway, the point is that these kinds of experiences are the experiences you guys are building and also supporting by being here. And that's going to be a really, really amazing thing down the road. I also have to say that it's, of course, really awesome that we are also getting so much support, too, from local developers and indie developers. That makes a huge world of difference for everybody especially when you have students and high schoolers who get to submit. And they're like, yeah, I'm coming to the school conference, and students are coming there. And then they get there and they realize that, like, no, it's not just students. There are people out there who are indie developers who take this very seriously, and they're here, too. And it really is showing our students, for all of you indie developers who are here, you're showing our students how real this major is. You're showing them that it's something that they can do well, exceed at, thrive at, right? Be successful at. And you're showing them that you care that they're successful. And that's huge. And I know that's going to build relationships going down the road, not only for our department, right, and you as indie developers, but also for our students and you as indie developers. So I just want to also thank you guys personally because you're doing a huge service for us, really are, and for our students from all over. Okay, fun question. Who had to drive the farthest to get here? 6 hours? Anybody do more than 6? 7.5 hours. Where'd you come from for 7.5? Louisiana. Nice. Anybody top 7.5? Man, that's a good one. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you made it. Yeah. Oh yeah, shortest distance. I woke up and walked over here. Yeah. Hopefully you guys aren't doing the 7.5 hour tonight on the way back. No. They are. You're saying? Yeah. You guys are doing the 6 hour going back though? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Just find your favorite playlist, your music, your podcast. Keep each other awake. Hopefully it's like a carpool, right? You're not just like all in individual vehicles. Yeah. 3 cars. Yeah. That's going to be tough. I think, so here's the thing. When it comes to long drives, I can't really talk because I've had some long drives, but I am notorious at falling asleep. So I think my longest drive, I slept for most of it. So my wife is the champ there. She handles us on the long drives, or we get other people who can drive. But yeah, I once, when I got to visit my sister in New York for the first time, my dad got super mad at me because we got hit in a tunnel, or we didn't hit in a tunnel. We stopped in a tunnel that was like you could not see the end of the line, and he was like, "Man, we're gonna be stuck in this thing for like 4, 5, 6 hours. Who knows? It's gonna be awful." And he's like, "Son, what do you want to do?" And he looked over. I was already snoring. He's like, "You gotta be kidding me! I gotta do this all by myself." And then the next day he was complaining. I was like, "I don't remember us getting stuck in a tunnel." He's like, "I don't want to hear about it. You got to sleep. I had to just wait there." But yeah. So other things we can talk about. So how many people, out of curiosity, make games as a living? Like they make money off of games? Yeah, we have one. Sort of. Who has ever made at least a penny off of a game? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Breaking through some of it. Awesome. Okay. Who would like to make some money off of? There we go. Yes. Yeah. All the people who were like, I made at least a penny, their hands went higher, right? And they're like, yes. Yeah. Okay. What is everyone's favorite game engine? Or not even engine, but platform tools for making games? Do we have Unreal fans? Yeah. Unity fans? Game Maker? Okay. Anybody do one in Pygame? Yeah. The first time, yeah, there's a Python package for making games. The first time we started putting this together with Dr. Mailer, who started a program, he's not like Python, and one of our students made a game in Pygame, and he's like, this is cheating. You can't make a game in Python. You can't do that. I'm like, no, you can. First game I ever made was in JMonkey. Has anybody ever heard of JMonkey? Yeah, I think that maybe shows our age. I don't know. One of my friends, I tried to get him into making games. He made one in JMonkey. He submitted it, and nobody could get it to work because his game, he pushed it out as a Java applet, and then every Windows machine on Earth thought it was malware because they were like, these don't exist. Why are you running an applet on our computer? Are there some other ones that I haven't listed? Yeah? Okay, any other ones? Okay. What's one? Okay. Open source, yeah. Pretty cool. Oh, good, sweet. How many people have made games for PC, Mac, Linux? What about mobile devices? Okay. We know Game Boy now as well. How many people have made console games? Did you guys use a tool or basically like use Unity to package it or Unreal to package it for multiple platforms? Unreal, yeah. Package it for multiple platforms. Does anybody currently have, how many people have an app currently on the App Store? Okay. Either one. Yeah. Do you get lots of like comments or things you have to do for that one, or is it recently posted? Okay. Do you get like user feedback or anything like that? What's it like trying to maintain a game on the app? Mm-hmm.
They'll tell me how much the game crashed.
Yeah. Classic. Hey, your game is crashing. Why? I don't know. It's just I just want to let you know it's classic. Yeah. How many people? This is a new one for us. How many people worked on physical games? Or have worked on a physical game? Yeah. I think this is our first year offering physical games. I got to judge for the physical games, which is super cool. If you don't like some of your feedback, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be honest and truly trying to provide a lot of constructive feedback. I really like physical games. That's what I do a lot of. That's actually my big thing, is physical games. So I was super pumped, by the way, for all of you that submitted physical games. It was awesome to see it. Okay. Are you guys hoping to stick with physical games, or do you want to make digital games? I know I'm looking at you all now because I saw most of the hands go up here. Yeah. 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 Make more physical games. So I think we're kind of in a time too where we're kind of in a boom actually for physical games. A lot more people, even with pandemic, are trying to get back to the tables for a lot of that social community development. Highest sales, I think, on board games. Highest sales on TTRPGs, tabletop role-playing games. Although sometimes that can be a little tough because D&D definitely has not even the square, but like 3 squares of the market when it comes to role-playing games. But yeah, it's actually a really, really awesome time to make physical games. I encourage people to do it, not only because it's also like super cheap to get into games. They can be really good. Now I have a video that I show off to a lot of my students when we talk about prototyping. If you guys didn't know this or haven't experienced this, a lot of people who make games will do physical prototypes sometimes. Because if you made digital games, you know it can be really tough to make digital games, the art assets and everything like that. You can invest a lot of time into features that you may scrap. So being able to do prototypes is a really good way to experiment. And you guys have maybe seen the video or watched or read the articles, but the guys who made Fruit Ninja, have you guys ever heard about their disaster with their, they called it Tank Tactics? Has anybody heard of this? Anybody heard of the disaster of Tank Tactics? So they wanted to do a new digital game, so they made a physical prototype first to play in their office space. And after about a few weeks of playing it, not only did they decide not to work on the game, they banned everyone in their office from ever playing it again. Talk about interesting things you can learn from your own physical prototype. But yeah, it was a game kind of like Diplomacy, where you had tanks that you could move around the map and shoot at each other. But you only had so many action points, but the thing was you could share action points. You could send them to other players. And they kind of thought that since you could stack them up too, that players would just kind of sit in the corners. But instead, they just formed like Hunger Games groups and went after each other, right? And like within 5 minutes, people had already started to be killed. And there was all this backstabbing. And I think it was I think it was like the CIO, or maybe there's one of the lead designers who was playing it. He said that he was one time in the boardroom for like 3 hours discussing their strategy for how they're going to get everyone on board and get all the action points. And they got it all figured out. He was like, cool, we got this. And he like handed his action points over to this guy. And the guy was like, awesome, you're dead. He's like, what? We spent 3 hours. He's like, yeah, I'm taking you out first. They found out that some of the employees were bribing other employees to spy for them. And I loved the interviewer. He was like, what did they pay them with? He was like, no, real money. He was like, no, they were literally paying them to spy. Yeah, but yeah. There's a video, a documentary on YouTube. Yeah, what were you going to say? Yeah. You know what? Probably not, because they never got past the first few weeks of prototyping. And it was great too. The physical prototype was a massive chunk of cardboard with just Sharpie and some little miniatures they just pulled around from the office, and they just like taped it onto a table in their boardroom with all their whiteboards and everything, and just went at it. And it's one of my favorite lessons that we do in that class, just because it shows off how cool prototyping is and just how hilarious it is and how hilarious it can be. So, yeah.
Did you ever explain why they decided not to take it to market? It sounds like it could be a huge success if you branded it.
I know, because their whole thing was like, we want to make a game that people get really addicted by and get really into. And I'm like, well, if you're bribing people to spy for you, you're very into it. But yeah, no, I don't know why. They said the biggest thing for them was that it was actually hurting office space relations. Like people were like physically going at it in the office. So that's why they stopped and banned it. I know. I was like, maybe just work remotely for a little bit and then get it done and then come back. Because yeah, it would have been really big, I think. It was too good. Yeah, it was too much. The world just wasn't ready for it yet, or at least their office wasn't. So, but yeah, it was funny. They were actually really inspired by the game Words with Friends. They saw that and they saw how much it was very much a fad at the time, but it was like a really popular fad, right? I think a big one now is Wordle. I think have people been playing Wordle? Okay, so you guys know how much people can get into those kinds of games. Another one, which I think is really cool, something that I've been trying to incorporate more in my classes. Has anyone tried to incorporate into their games different types of ways to actually interact with the games through multiple types of mediums simultaneously, like a console with a phone, or those kinds of, like Jackbox Party Pack, for example, is like a prime suspect. So one of the things that I've been trying to incorporate more into some of my classes is trying to show students how they can actually start exploring other ways to have people socially game, like even in person. Like a digital game, for example, that can use a phone with multiple people interacting, do those things for kind of trivia games or social games. It can be really cool. And also, of course, mobile games are really accessible too. So those can be kind of fun. But one of my favorite ones right now is digital companion apps. Has anyone played a game with a digital companion app? Yeah. Yeah, so digital companion apps, I encourage people who are thinking about maybe new ways to approach physical gaming especially. Digital companion apps are really cool. You download an app, typically it goes along with your game and helps you play the game. It can do things like randomization, it can do things like character saving, or, parents will understand this, if you just don't have a whole lot of time to finish your game, and you're like finding yourself taking photos, or in some cases like walling off part of your house to keep children away, sometimes digital companion apps will store game state for you so they can help you like reset your game state. By far, by the way, it's a total game changer once you have kids. The fact that my wife and I can put a game down and then we just have like it saved on a digital companion, I'm like, cool, my kids will no longer eat my pieces. This is great. I don't let my kids eat my pieces. Just want to throw that out there. But yeah, digital companion apps, cool new way to explore different games. Have anybody done like a narrative-based game, like with Twine or things like that? Yeah. Yeah, we. Yeah. Yeah, narrative-based games are really, really cool. I used to. Are we all good? I'm good whenever. I'm just here to like share experiences and stall a little bit. You want to come on up? Yeah. I don't know if you can open it.
You want it on.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, we're sorry about the delay. We've had some technical difficulties with our printers, and we had to wait until 5 o'clock for the People's Choice Awards so we could print those off as well. So again, thank you so much for showing up for our 11th Annual Computer Simulation and Gaming Conference. We are so excited to have you here this year. Our first year back in person since the last 2 years. It feels like forever. Everybody enjoyed themselves today? Yeah. It's been a lot of fun having everybody here. You know what? It would be really nice if we could get a view of the crowd. Let me see if I can can we turn this camera around? Oh, yeah. Here, hold on a second. That's not going to work correctly, is it? All right, so you want to go to that second stream there? Go to the host stream and see if you can get them on camera. Did you get them? Are they transferred?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so here we are. Yeah, everybody give a big round of you can switch it back. All right, so glad that you're all here, like I said. This year's competition, let me tell you, this was the largest submission entries that we have ever had to CSGC. We've had over 80 submissions in total. Variety of categories and age groups. As you know, we have our digital games competition, physical games competition, and game assets competition, which are all lumped into the category of game development and design. And then we have our digital art, computer animation, and computer simulation categories, which are all lumped into our simulation and graphics categories. And within that, we have peer groups, elementary, middle school, high school, post-secondary, and indie professionals. And I will say that our judges said it was the hardest year ever to judge because there were so many good submissions. So just remember that if you didn't place today, it was a really hard a time for the judges to actually pick winners. I mean, it was like, which ones do we do? So give everybody a round of applause. If you've entered, you did an amazing job. Actually, can we get some of the competitors to stand up? Can you like recognize yourselves if you entered in the competition? Yeah, look at that. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start. You wanna hand me the first one in the category? All right, we'll hand the first one. Okay. So our first category that we're going to do, we're going to start with the graphics and simulations category. And some of the competitors may or may not be here in person because, again, it was all, what do you call it? It was, we're partially virtual, so you could contend or you could submit online, and you could submit, around the world as well. So our first competition is computer simulation and gaming, and the indie first place winner for that was the DNA Simulator. Any DNA Simulator out there? If you're not here, and if you're watching the live stream, and am I even on frame? If you're watching the live stream and you're not here, we are going to get your certificates to you. And this goes for all competitors out there. As you know, we did a new system this year. We decided to use Itch to create the submissions, and apparently it does not give us your email address for privacy reasons. So I can email everybody who submitted, but I can't email the winners. So I sent an email, and I will put a link in the Discord as well. If you submitted to the competition, there's a form just basically to give us your email address and what submission it was so that we can get your certificate to you, and everybody gets a participation certificate as well. So you'll want to do that regardless if you place or not. All right, so our second place winner in the computer animation high school category is CSG Eli, and this is by Eli Otto, or Oat. Okay. You want to come up and have something to see? Ta-da!
This is someone else.
This is someone else's. Is he a student of yours? Well, you deserve it just as much, right? All right. So our next one in computer animation and high school is the title of the work was Visual Arts, and this is by Joey Kua. I apologize if I mess up these names. Are they here? Yeah, but you did an amazing job. Also, if you go to our website, CSGC CNOF, you can always check and see all the submissions of the event. Our lovely hosts have been working on that, or been showing them off all day. Yeah, here we go. No, this is not, they're not in order again. I've got to do all the graphic ones. These are games. Graphic arts. No, these are all games. I need to do the art ones.
Digital art, elementary.
Yeah, was it computer animation? Did we do the computer animation? Did I just give away? What did I give away just now? Animation. Okay. So it's digital art. I need all the digital art ones.
Elementary, post-secondary.
Oh, they're not even in order. So this one's elementary. Second. Oh, see, we had another animation one. Okay, so put these in order. Yeah. So, well, that was for computer simulation. Computer simulation. Okay, so here's our indie winner for computer animation, and it is Parched Fluff Animated Short by Isaac Perkins. Is Isaac here? Oh, well, yeah. Come up. Come around this way, or actually, we can be right here. There you go. Well, congratulations. Okay, so now we're going to go into the digital art category, starting with elementary. Okay. All right, so our first elementary entry for digital art winning third place is Ryder Korakis. Come up here. All right, smile for the camera. Wave to the audience. Yeah. All right, second place for digital art is a James Hensley. This is in the elementary category. Okay. All right. And in first place in the elementary category for digital art is Sophie Copeland. Not here? You're missing out, not being here. Did you bring the other prints? Okay, good. All right. Digital Art Middle School. Our second place winner for the Digital Art Middle School is CSG Noah is the title of the work, and it's Noah Calgary? Oh, I'm out of frame?
Yeah, you gotta just go right in front of here.
Okay. Well, we can move it.
I know, I felt bad though.
Okay. Keep eyes, see if we're in frame. I think we were giving out awards, was it 2020? 2020 was the first year we did it live, or streaming, because, we couldn't do anything else. And we did half the awards, and I was looking at the chat, like, audio's off. So we had to, let's go back and try it again. Okay, so first place for middle school digital art is CSG Narami is the name of the work, and it is Layla.
Is there more somewhere else?
Alright, third place in digital art high school is Poetics and this is by
I'll go see what I can track
Alright. High school second place is in digital art. It's Ancient Worlds by Jonathan Bagby. Alright. Well, again, we hope for more people to be here. First place winner in digital art for high school is The Witch's House by Paige Taylor. Alright, so post-secondary. So for post-secondary, third place is CSG Digital Art by Sarah Mayberry. Alright, second place post-secondary was Watch Out by McKay Alexandria. Alright, first place digital art post-secondary was Kinsey Glass. Post-secondary, so what's like indie for digital art? Do we have any indie digital art?
Not that I see.
So let's do game assets then.
Okay. Game assets, like animation or game assets?
Whichever one, they're all grouped together. Either sound, animation, and concept art.
Okay, where's the... Okay, we're gonna start with high school then. This one's the
Okay. So for first place in the game assets category, we're already moving on to the game and development design category. But for first place in the game assets category for sound, the game assets category is actually broken up into three categories. We have some concept art, animation, and sound. And for sound, our winner is Actor, and it's created by Tom. And again, like I said, we're going to get these up too. Alright. So for sound for any professional, the winner of that category was Party of the Gods, and it was created by 47 Times Studio. But I will say we love the judges love the logo because it was very romantic to Fairy Odd Parents. Alright, concept art category. This is high school, and third place goes to Plush Crush Idol Orb, and it's created by Korean. Is anybody in the chat going woohoo or anything that we don't know about? All right. All right. So, second place in concept art for high school is Destroy and Dash by Kayleen Richardson. All right. Next, here we go. First place for Concept Art High School is Vespida Waking, and this was created by Emma Augustinico. All right, so post-secondary concept art. For third place, we have the submission Stint, created by Drake Barr. Do you want to give a shout out to your school?
Tulsa Tech is just, we have a animation program, so all the students did work from Tulsa Tech.
All right, so second place in post-second category is Nuts and Bolts, and this is by Seth Klink.
I don't know why they didn't show up.
Yeah, that we used to have a ton of them show up from Tulsa Tech.
I don't know what, I think it's the whole.
Well, it is Easter Sunday, Easter weekend, so that could be something. All right, so first place for concept art post-secondary is Null Game Proposal, Caleb Pruitt. All right. So, and again, this goes back to concept art, game assets. This is game assets animation. And as it turns out, game assets animation for post-secondary, Nuts and Bolts also won for second place. And for first place in the animation category of the game assets category in post-secondary was Stint. And that was, again, Drake Barr who did that one. Yeah. You're just sweeping them tonight, right? No, we wouldn't do that last. Everybody's looking forward to it. Yes, physical games. Well, actually, we'll do the special prizes last, but the digital games, yes. But okay. These, yes. Okay. All right, so
that was just all by itself, I believe.
And yes, so.
Oh wait, never mind. I'm dumb.
Okay, so these are post-secondary. Yes. Okay, these all go together.
Okay. Wait,
but they're out of order. All right, there we go. Okay. All right. So this is the second year that we have offered a category in physical games. I think last year was the first year that we actually offered it. And physical games are just as important as any other type of games because, again, we're all about games in general. And the development for story, design, idea, concept, challenge, and fun all apply to whether you're making a physical game or whether you're making a digital game. And in the post-secondary category for physical games, third place winner went to Terraforming, created by Coley Hoffman, Alex Pizarro, and Gavin Jackson. All right, second place in post-secondary for the physical games is Hay Fever, and this was created by Nick Grenstead, Thomas Rivard, and Jeremiah Peters. All right, first place for post-secondary physical games goes to Escape Area 51. Oh, you want to get back? You weren't in frame, yeah. And I love your t-shirt. All right. All right, so physical games indie category for first place goes to 0 Bars by Tim Hutchinson. All right, so now we're into, what are we into? Digital games? No, we'll do the digital games first. That one and those two go last. Okay. All right. digital games. And we had a ton of submissions this year for our digital games category. And our lovely host got to play a lot of those games this weekend. And again, we encourage all of you to play those games and take a look at them on our website. So in third place for digital games elementary goes to Josiah's game, or Josiah's game. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Terrible.
It's like every time you move the camera, you end up moving towards a little bit more to the right instead of
To the left. Is it better? You want to man the camera? Yeah. Good. All right. Second place for digital games elementary. And we just want to give a shout out to all those elementary kids out there, because we really encourage you to start, building early. Don't be shy. Share your work. Digital Games Elementary Destructive Tank Simulator by Nova, Connor, and Reagan were second place. All right.
Right on. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so first place for Digital Games Elementary was David and William, and it was created by William Carter and David Miranda. You want to give a shout out to your?
Yeah, so this is all the Good Life people. We got quite a few in town or in the show, so thanks for participating in that.
All right. I think this may be one of yours too. All right. Third place, middle school in the digital games category is Ethan and Charles. Ethan Hood and Charles Carl. All right. Second place, middle school digital games. The names they come up with for this content. Zavon Julian. Sabian is his real name. Oh, well, it's all one word.
I know.
Okay, Sabian Julian.
Julian just left, so thank you.
All right, first place, middle school digital games, is Captain Raleigh Ghost Ship by Eddie Kingo and Gusto Vitario. All right. High school. So now we're moving on to digital games high school. And in third place is Geo Dodge by JoJo Company. This is Joan, Miguel, Nestor, Pa, Angelina, and Pablo. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is an international entry because we had no restrictions on our entries. It's a good way to get people all around the world and see what everybody else is doing, right? Digital Games High School, second place is Cardiff Fire's Foundry, created by William Bennington, Kyler Colander, Jason Ches, and Samuel Drewer. And first place, Digital Games High School, was Rogue Space by Orion Jones, Logan Stitt, and Andrew Silverstee. All right. So now we are looking at Digital Games post-secondary. And for third place, we have Prop Swap, which is created by Jacob Sharp and Luke Sharp. Smile for the camera. All right, so second place, post-secondary, is A Bridge Between. And this was made by Logan Hobson, Madeline Clark, Quinn Akes, PJ Ferguson, Rayleigh Osgood. You can use the widen tighten to widen back on top of the camera. Yeah.
It's pronounced Quinn Eeks, by the way.
Oh, Quinn. What was it? Quinn. Which one is it?
Eakes.
Eeks. Okay. Yeah. All right. PJ Ferguson, Riley Osgood, Justin Lillies, Kaylee Tipton, and Alison Wood. All right, Digital Games first place post-secondary is Lightshade by Sky West, Andrew Walsh, Hannah Smith, Sam Wakefield, Dana Salaegidio, Lynn Hardy, Tyler Watson, and Kaylee Renault. And which one are you?
Sky West.
Sky West. Okay, so thanks for showing up. I like your outfit.
Thank you.
All right. Indie Professional Digital Games. The third place winner is Dual Combat, Bijan Pramodi and Angelina Abanathi. All right. Second place Indie Professionals is the Ninja vs. Samurai Card Chronicles by Tony Brown. Smile for the camera. All right, Indie Professional first place is Rummage Demo. This is by Cycle Squid Studios, Andrew Walsh, Bryn Lewis, Louis Hernandez, Samuel Wakefield, and William Gavin
Just try it, it's fine.
Lacaille.
Lacaille.
Okay. All right. I want to do this one first. Okay. All right. So before we get into the People's Choice Awards, there was, as many of you know, many of the competitions require a video. And the video is supposed to be a pitch to your game. And the judges just had a great time with one of the videos that they're like, you know what, we're going to give a special award out this year for best game pitch. So if you haven't seen this one, you should see it, maybe get some inspiration for your game pitch next year. But Cool Curry's Quest by Cooper Wolf won best game pitch. And again, if you haven't seen that video, when they said it's pretty funny. All right, so People's Choice for the category of computer simulation and graphics, the winner was Kinsey Glass. And our last winner of the day for People's Choice for game development and design was also Cooper Wolf. And again, if you didn't win, don't worry about it. The numbers or scores were like very, very minuscule for who won. Again, it was the hardest competition that we've had thus far, and that just means that everybody's getting better, or people are getting younger and learning it faster or something. I don't know. But another big round of applause for everybody who entered the competition. And another big round of applause for all of our speakers. I know some of them are in the audience tonight. We've had speakers for the last 2 days, 12 speakers in total, I think. So if you want to give a... And a great big round of applause to our host, who've been, yeah. You clap for yourself. And our AV folks who've been helping us today, and then of course Jacob who helped us yesterday, the not Parker, who Parker couldn't be here today, but everybody who helped with the live stream. This has been an interesting year, obviously, because we're doing it live stream and in person, and have any of you ever done live stream? It's not easy. But it's been a lot of fun. And once again, we'd like to say that we couldn't do this event without the generous donations of our sponsors and just general donations. And we want to give a big round of applause to Ordnance, which is a new media franchise. They're developing a game called No Sense Enforcer. They unfortunately could not be here in person this year, but they were the ones who helped with all the door prizes and things like that, so we want to give a round of applause to them. As well as create something interesting. Yeah. And if you haven't checked out, they've got a game on Xbox, Solos. Solos, yeah. And you can get it on Steam or the Xbox Live. Is that right? I don't know. I don't have an Xbox, so. Okay, so I don't have an Xbox, so I don't know. And then, of course, the University of Tulsa for letting us use the space and their electricity and internet for our live streaming event. But again, this event is a free event. It's free to the viewers out there and free to everybody who wants to participate in it. So if you want to help support this event, we encourage you to check out our website. We have a little donation button. Any little amount helps to keep things running smoothly and to make sure that we invest in you guys and help show off your work and give you a venue to come together, whether that's not just to show off your work, but to inspire each other and get ideas and to collaborate. And maybe, those of you doing the digital art have seen some people who were doing some games and, like, hey, maybe I could help with that artwork in your game and so forth and so forth. So this year's theme, as I mentioned yesterday, was Let's Connect, and it's all about connecting, and that's why we're really glad that we're back in person so you guys could connect with each other and collaborate. And those of you who are watching online, we still want you to connect with us as well. So, don't be shy. Chat, put messages in our chat. Is there anything going on in the chat? No. Oh, a lot of celebrations. We'll get for them. Again, if you haven't already, I sent an email out to all the competitors. I'll send out another one through Itch, and then I'll put it in the Discord. There is a form to fill out to put your email addresses in, and we will send you your prizes or your certificates as well as the participation certificates for everybody so that we can get everything out there. That is a wrap for the 2020 Computer Simulation and Gaming Conference. Yeah, this is the first time we've been in person since 2019. Yes, 2022 Computer Simulation and Gaming Conference. However, we hope to see everybody back for 2023, and our theme will be sustainability. So while your entries do not have to be related to that, we encourage you to have a sustainability theme that we can share with everybody for the 2023 event. So you have a year to work on it. We expect great things.